Thank you so much, and thank you to you, Stig-Morten, to Dimitri, and to Francis and Stentia, of course, for the recording for that fantastic opening. Thank you all very much. And I think from the videos, hopefully that will inspire others to do some similar videos. So I think it'd be great. I think what was reflected in those videos is what could be replicated worldwide. So thank you all very much. I'd now like to call up Milan, Grohol, Guillaume, Bertrand, and Pascal Leroy to the podium, please. Pleased to announce that this seminar is co-organized by UNECE together with DG Grow, European Commission DG Grow, and with the two Horizon Europe projects, which both include UNFC as part of their work packages. So FutureAM, which is the future availability of secondary raw materials, and also the Geological Service for Europe, GSEU project. So we have representatives from all those organizations that will give some opening remarks. This will be a 1.5-day seminar, so it will continue until tomorrow lunchtime. We've got some really exciting sessions and discussions. And I think, as we've heard with the EU proposed Critical Raw Materials Act and the inclusion of UNFC, I think more than ever, there's a focus now on UNFC and using it, really applying it and implementing it and what's needed. We've got the UNFC Guidance Europe that I think has been well received, but that's just a first step. So I'd like to hand over to the speakers. The speakers can also speak from here or go to the lectern there as you wish. So maybe a bit of movement would be good as well. But very happy to hand over to my director, Dario Liguti, Director of the Sustainable Energy Division of UNECE. Sorry, I've got UNFC on my mind. So UNECE. One day will become the UN Framework Commission for Europe, but not quite yet. So Dario, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, and good morning to all. I am as well the director of UNFC and UNRMS, and I'm very pleased to be that. It's my first EGRM meeting, and so I welcome all of you here in Geneva. We heard the speeches of the previous speakers. They have been very engaging. Let me show you a little bit what we are doing in the energy division and how the work that this group is doing fits into the overall agenda about the energy transition. So, UNECE, you heard a lot about UNECE, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Its role is to foster cooperation between its member states, 56 members across the world. But this group actually has a wider remit, has a wider impact than just the 56 member states of our commission, which nevertheless they represent 40% of the world GDP. So not a little number from that perspective. Within that, I have the honor and the prestige of leading the Sustainable Energy Division, which deals with all the aspects of the energy transition. And we recently reorganized a little bit the division to put a further focus on the different aspects of the energy chain. In particular, we have reorganized ourselves around resources management, which is exactly what this group is doing, and the energy systems, the sustainable energy systems, which is downwards from the production of energy resources, whether we're talking about fuel, whether we're talking about energy resources, whether we're talking about metals and minerals. So this is the way, the reason behind that is to clearly communicate a message about the importance of what Francis has shown in the videos, or what Dimitri has mentioned before during his speech. There will not be an energy transition without the critical raw materials and without energy resources, new energy sources we have seen. And as we embark on the third transition, on the third energy transition for humankind, we cannot do the same errors that we did in the previous when we moved into fossil fuels. So the application of UNFC and UNRMS are of fundamental importance for this perspective. We have a moral duty towards the future generations, towards our planet, not to do the same errors we did in the past. So what are we doing in concrete terms, besides obviously this very important week and the very important work that throughout the year this group is doing? We are actually driving the agenda of the critical resources management into the more wider scope. For example, we are participating alongside other UN organizations, our sister commissions, we are very happy to have them here with us, and the UNDP and UNEP in the extractive industries initiative promoted by the Secretary General of the United Nations, how to make mining a sustainable development tool for emerging markets, but not only for them. We're working as well in the green transition and the financing the green transition. There is a lot of, as you heard as well, Dimitri before talking about the role of finance that plays in the energy transition, but not only as well in creating the opportunities to develop the resources and the critical raw materials necessary for those critical materials. The overall work of this group feeds into the work of the other subsidiary bodies, of the other 5 groups of experts that we have the honor of working with in the Sustainable Energy Division, which look at instead of the energy supply and the energy demand, and it all fits together under one big concept, which is the resilience of energy systems. We have seen over the last 12 to 18 months what actually resilient energy systems mean. I think there is in many parts of the world, we forgot about energy security. We have found out that is an important concept, but it has to be linked to energy affordability and energy sustainability. The 3 aspects of energy, which many times are trade-offs between each other, are fundamental to make the energy transition a successful story. And this is the perspective the division, the team that I have the honor to lead has taken, and we're working hard towards, is to making our member states, but more general, the energy systems more resilient. Now, how does it UNFC, UNRMS fit? So I won't go into what's UNFC and UNRMS. You heard it throughout the previous speakers about that. But certainly, what is my vision about UNFC and UNRMS? I think here we have our esteemed colleagues from the European Commission that have been supporting our work in a very important way, for which we are very grateful for their support. But I think the UNFC and UNRMS, to really be impactful, to really have the role that we want them, that this group of experts want, that we at the UNECE want, it has to be a global applicable. It has to be globally applicable. And this is what we're working on with our sisters commissions and with the other United Nations organizations, is to bring them at global level. We have heard that already the African Union is working on with this, with our, let's say, with your tools, and we hope more and more countries will join our work. Why? Because UNFC and UNRMS are not substituting. They're not substitutes for existing methodologies. They are tools to bridge the gap between different technologies, different methodologies. They are the tools to bridge the gap between the different stakeholders in the mining industry, in the energy industry, for example. They are the tools to provide a common language for those stakeholders to share information, share objectives, and make that path towards the energy transition together. That's why we believe UNFC and UNRMS are such an important tool. And that's what we're working hard to get the message across the world at global level. So I was saying that we've been very grateful and thankful to the support that the European Commission has given us, and the result of a lot of the work done thanks to them is here. Will be presented throughout these days, and we'll know more from the presentations of the different experts about that. But that's clearly, and there has been a very important focus on Europe. And as you know, Europe is a pioneer in a number of areas. And when it comes to the energy transition, this one is one of the areas where we want and we believe Europe is a pioneer. But it cannot not only be in Europe work happening. It has to be at global level, as I said before. And so we're looking forward working with countries and organizations outside of Europe in developing, in implementing UNFC and UNRMS, so that we at global level have a common language on which to express sustainable resource management. So let me tell you a couple of things about how to see the program. We won't go through the agenda because the chair has already showed the agenda how it's built. But what I see interesting during 4 days, we won't be talking only about UNFC and UNRMS. I think as I try to convey to you, there is a whole world around that rotates around UNFC and UNRMS. Obviously, it's the important seminar that we have discussed about UNFC in Europe and all the work that has been recently done, the trainings across Europe, UNFC guidance for Europe, the EU, the draft proposal of the EU Raw Materials Act. These are all very important milestones in the dissemination and the implementation of UNFC in Europe. But as we heard as well from some of the speakers before, these are ought to be tools for global collaboration on critical raw materials. Europe imports a very large part of its critical raw materials necessary for the energy transition. And there is the will to source more out of Europe, either from primary sources or from recycling, as in the closed loops that we have seen before. But that will not be sufficient for Europe to do the energy transition. Trade, sustainable trade in critical raw materials will be critical to the success of the global transition at global level, because it brings development opportunities in emerging markets, brings development opportunities in sustainable way in emerging markets. Emerging markets have a very different view of the energy transition from what we have here sitting in Geneva. And this has to be recognized, has to be accepted, and has to be part of our discussions. Finally, we have seen, I think, what we were looking as well here is how to develop UNFC. And this is important outcome of your work will be what and how to develop UNFC for the next 5 years as we are approaching 2030. We recently had our regional forum on sustainable development, and we're lagging behind in the achievement of the Agenda 2030 objectives. So clearly, there is a major need to accelerate that path towards the achievement of those goals at global level. I'm not just talking about our region, but across all of our regions. So how we, this group of experts, how this community can contribute to that, it will be an important outcome that I'm looking forward to receive from you during these days of discussions. Finally, I think we have mentioned about that is the focus on youth as we have seen. It is an important, because it is an important aspect because we are in for the long haul. I mean, this is the energy transition. It will last at least a generation. Maybe there will be another one. But what we're discussing today, the critical raw materials today will last for about a generation. And might be other critical raw materials down the road. But today, this is what we're focusing. And as I said at the beginning of my speech, we have a moral duty towards the future generations about what the decisions that we're taking today. Finally, let me conclude. This is not only about discussions, but Charlotte mentioned as well. Please be sure that the people participating, they understand it's a human and a social endeavor that we're taking here. We're very glad to see you in a great number here physically. I think the links and the personal relationship and the discussions, besides the presentations, besides the opening speeches of all of us, I think are very, very important, because only through a community, only through building the links between each other and working out together, we'll be able to make that change happen. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dario, for your remarks. They're extremely well received and some provocative comments as well. Thank you so much. With that, I'm very pleased to hand over to Milan Grohol. Milan is a policy officer at DG GROW, the European Commission, but more importantly, he's also a vice chair of the expert group on resource management. So thank you very much, Milan.
Charlotte, great. Thanks for a very kind invitation and space in this esteemed audience. I don't know if we have a presentation there or it's coming. Yes, perfect. We've heard a lot of very important things which today, sustainability going across the whole week. I can assure you that the European Commission is taking sustainability very seriously and is embedded in all our work. So I will try to focus on one particular work stream which we do in our team. It's critical raw materials for green and digital transition. This year is very, very special for the raw materials in the EU. I will come to that a little bit later. So one important thing is this year we published a set of studies, especially foresight study and the criticality related studies. We reconfirm our issues with the transition to green and digital future. We see that for most of the strategy or critical raw materials, we are very dependent, not only at this stage of the raw material, but all across the value chain. There is the example of the magnets value chain, where EU does not play much role, and this is what we want to change. We really would like to secure at least part of our supply. We are also towards the future considering ourselves as a consumer, an increasing consumer of these materials, and we did two scenarios just to make clear: low demand scenario and high demand scenario for the foresight for the EU and for the world. And the low demand takes into account also lowering the consumption patterns in the EU. So still, our demand we screened several, quite many materials actually. There is just one example of lithium. We expect to grow our demand at least 10 times by 2030 and at least 20 times by 2050. And this goes for the other materials much more as well. Just regarding the dependencies, we really realized again our incredible dependency on external supply, and that would not be a problem as such. We are dependent on supply from single countries, actually. There are plenty of the countries on this map which supply more than 50% of materials to the EU. That's quite a lot of risk related to that. So that's why we would like to diversify, go to the world, mine more, refine more in the EU, recycle more in the EU. And as I mentioned, this year is really exceptional. In the last decade, we realized that our situation is not sustainable long term. Our transition would not be possible without thinking about how to do it more sustainably and in a more secure way. We've seen the disruption caused by the COVID and the pressure, especially from almost a single supplier of many materials from, for example, China. And we've seen incredible impact on our supply chains, especially energy part, after the aggression of Russia to Ukraine. And this was the moment when the work on the European Critical Raw Materials Act has been incredibly accelerated. This was really something which brought the act on the table within record time. We did not have, or we have not had such a legislation in the last 40, 50 years, when the raw materials issues have been recognized in 70s with the crisis at that time. So this is really something very exceptional. And here we would like to secure our sustainable supply for the future. We would like to go to support our green and digital transition, but also some strategic industries. And we look in the long term. That's what I'm more thankful for the speech of Deputy Executive Secretary, thinking long term, thinking sustainably long term. That was very, very important. So resources have to be taken as a strategic topic. We are not closing ourselves in the EU, definitely not. We go for open strategic autonomy, meaning getting resources from the EU, from outside, trying to avoid single dependencies along our value chains. I would go shortly through the blocks of the raw materials, Critical Raw Materials Act, and highlight the things important for this audience. First, we set the priorities. Critical raw materials, strategic raw materials. We have a distinction now. Critical raw materials are critical nowadays for the whole economy. We have 34 on the page. Strategic raw materials are the ones where we expect important growth, where we see that they are important or necessary for the strategic technologies, green, digital, defense, space. We see that the future demand may actually outstrip the supply. And we see that there is a problem with the potential upscale because of the amounts of materials. So we have 34 critical raw materials, and we have 16 strategic there in italics on this. Slides will be available, so no problem. We are also setting our benchmarks, so it's not only what, but also how much we would like to produce internally. We would like to have at least 10% of the EU annual supply from mines in the EU to cover our consumption, 40% for processing, and we would like to do at least 50% of strategic raw materials supply from recycling. And I mentioned also single dependency should not exceed more than 65%, where, of course, applicable. There are some exceptions where we geologically cannot go otherwise. These are aspirational 2030 benchmarks for the whole EU. They look at first sight, in some cases, very small, but for example, for recycling, mostly we start from 0 or 1%. So to increase something to 15% is really a challenge, especially in such a short period. There are few blocks which are important for the Act. One of them is building the European capacities internally. Then I would like to highlight the strategic projects. I must highlight one thing. Even if we talk about building European capacities, we are looking at the strategic projects in the EU and third countries at the same time. And there we would like to use United Nations classification framework to make sure that the projects are sustainable, they are environmentally, socially acceptable, and they are also economic, of course. And we would like them to be, we would like to be able to compare them along the whole value chain. So we are talking about the projects from for mining, processing, recycling as well. So the whole value chain. So it's not only exploration or mining projects. Something happened to the presentation. May I ask the IT team? Excellent. It's coming back. Okay. So there we legally ask in the proposal to apply UNFC for the proposed strategic projects. That's one important place. Okay. we are playing a little bit. Okay, it comes back. Very good. There is another important things where we would like to apply a UNFC classification. We would like to boost the exploration. Most of the EU has not been explored in the last 40 years. We would like to promote or catalyze new exploration programs in member states, and that's where we would like to see comparable results, because each member state is using different reporting system. That's very important for us to compare. Next one, please. Yes, sorry, I'm moving myself. Which way? It does not work. Okay, so presentation froze. Excellent, it's coming. Very good. The next one. Yes. No, one more. No, next one. Very good, super. So this is a slide which contains a lot of different sub-actions. One important thing is, and there will be a lot of use for UNFC and UNRMS in the future. We placed UNFC as a reporting format for monitoring of critical and strategic raw materials along the value chain, everything from exploration projects, mining, processing, and recycling projects. So that's a very important point. Another very important point on this slide is we would like to expand our network of strategic raw materials partnership with the third countries to improve our resilience. We already have a partnership with Canada, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, with Namibia. And actually, we would like to discuss the partnerships here. Is my colleague Robert Thomas, who is actually directly involved in some of them. So that's very important message. We are not closed. We are going outside as well. We colleagues from trade also proposed the Critical Raw Materials Club. There's a new initiative. This is not starting yet. We will be using, of course, our trade instruments to boost trustful trade with the third countries, and of course the global gateway for infrastructure projects across the world. Next slide, please. And this section is specifically targeting the sustainable circular critical raw materials. There are a few highlights here. Using UNFC for classification of mining waste, specifically here in this part. But we have also the circularity provisions in the Raw Materials Act, or in the Raw Materials Regulation, actually. I would also mention a special focus on the rare earth permanent magnets. So that's quite important to mention for you. And the next slide, please. Okay. I would like to thank the whole EGRM group for excellent work over decades before I ever joined this group. Anthropogenic resources, but we also look at financing a lot, and other parts of the work of the whole group and the technical expert group. So that's very important. It's my great thanks. We support UNECE with the project, and thank you, Dario, for mentioning that. It's very important for us. We see UNFC as the globally applicable, very inclusive system. And that's why we put it also in the Act. It allows us really comparisons and consideration of ESG standards inside. I would like to thank the colleagues, especially Slavko, for building up the network of practitioners. There will be a very good presentation also on the UNFC guidance for Europe with Janne, Hokka. So that's something which we are very grateful for. But we need to go further because the Act timeline is very short. We plan to have it relatively quickly adopted, hopefully in 1 year time. That's the wishful thinking maybe, but that's what we plan for. with the Parliament and the Member States. We are in our team, we are building the database of critical raw materials projects with the Member States. Again, my great thanks to the available or the present Member States. Again, my colleague Robert Thomas, present here, who is actually mastering this database, is very important development since several years already, and is growing. We have very, very high expectations for our very large Horizon financed projects, Geological Service for EU, and the future availability of secondary raw materials, Futura project. So I have really high expectations from Pascal and Guillaume to say how these two projects will help us to implement the UNFC across the whole EU, and of course other countries who wish to join that effort. And my last slide is a kind invite to the next Raw Materials Week, where the UNFC, of course, and UNRMS will be the topic again. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Milan. That was some really impressive information here that I think a lot of participants will appreciate hearing. Just to emphasize that the presentations will all be posted online. So no need to take lots of photos. They will be posted. I think because we're running short of time, with that, I'm very pleased to now hand over to Guillaume Bertrand, who's with the French Geological Survey, and he's speaking on behalf of the Geological Service for Europe. Guillaume, he holds a PhD in geology. As I said, he works for BRGM, the French Geological Survey, since 2003, and he's the head of the Geology of Mineral Resources Unit. He's also a member of Eurogeosurveys, Minerals Resources Expert Group, and he's coordinator of the Mineral Resources Work Package of GSEU. Thank you very much, Guillaume.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me today to share a few introductory words on behalf of Eurogeosurveys, the Association of European Geological Surveys, and on behalf of the GSEU, Geological Service for Europe project. As introductory words, today I'd like to talk about how UNFC could help Europe meeting its ambitions and securing its supply of critical raw materials. All right. We live in a changing world. That's a fact. Well, actually, we have been living in a changing world. The world has been changing since prehistoric ages. But for the past few years, the world has been changing faster than ever to face a succession of crises that some of them are more or less interlinked. The climate crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, etc., etc. We live in a changing world. We have to adapt to that changing world. That means that we have to rapidly and in depth modify, adapt, transform our society. For instance, to limit the magnitude of the climate change, we need an energy revolution. We need to reduce greenhouse gases. We need renewable energies. We need to develop electric mobility, and that requires a lot of mineral and metallic raw materials. And this is true, whatever the global warming scenario we are taking into account. Another example is the digital transition. Information technologies are developing extremely rapidly. And this development of the digital technologies, it relies on physical infrastructures. We are talking about dematerialization, but behind this, there is a physical infrastructures that consumes lots of energy. Today, it's approximately 5% of the world global energy. It is expected by 2030 to reach approximately 20%, depending on the scenarios. it requires lots of materials for the manufacturing of devices, for the data centers, for the networks, lots of energy, etc., etc. So actually, the fact is that the demands for metals and materials is rapidly increasing, both in volume and in diversity of elements. It's increasing with our lifestyles, and it's increasing with the world population. And another fact is that the European industry strongly depends on importation from third countries. This figure here is a slightly older version than the one we have seen on Milan's presentation a few minutes before. On the more recent version, it appears that the situation is slightly better for light rare earth elements. It's slightly better for cobalt, for instance. It is not for lithium. Actually, it's even a little bit worse. We still, for the EU sourcing, still close to 80% of the lithium we need comes from Chile. So in that context, the European Commission is publishing a list of critical raw materials. Actually, the first version of that list was released in 2011, if I'm correct. It is updated every 3 years, and the last version was published a few weeks before, with, in addition, a list of strategic raw materials. And to go even further, as we have heard before, the European Commission has submitted 5 weeks ago the Critical Raw Material Act. And this act is, in my opinion, a very important step that sets ambitious objectives with a capacity for the European Union to produce at least 10% of its annual consumption of strategic raw materials, 40% of processing capacity to produce its annual consumption of strategic raw materials, and 15% of its annual consumption in recycling capacity. That's very ambitious. But the important point here, I think, is that the horizon to implement this is 2030. 2030 is in 7 years from now. And well, it's very important because to reach this, it requires large investments, it requires large amount of data, and it requires time. Because 7 years from now, when we put this in the frame of the mining sector, the average time to open a mine is 17 years. So when we say this, actually, we see that the time is a major issue to face the surging demand of critical raw materials. The good news is that we have a geological potential in Europe. The good news is that relocation of extraction and production in Europe is possible. But time here, and that's an important point I would like to focus on, is crucial. In this context, I firmly believe that UNFC is a crucial tool to meet EU's ambition. Why? Because UNFC allows to identify the most promising mining projects. It allows to measure and to trace the maturity of these projects. And as such, UNFC is a crucial tool to attract and to help focusing investments on the best projects. So, of course, the goal here is not that UNFC replaces other systems such as the JORC, PERC, NI 4311 systems, etc., or standards. But in my opinion, it provides additional information, especially on the ESG topics. And these are very important for investors, and they are crucial for the EU minerals strategy and policy. So in my opinion, UNFC is a crucial tool to help increasing and securing EU's critical raw material supplies. in this context, the European Geological Surveys within the GSEU project, under the coordination of Eurogeo surveys, they are committing to developing the use of UNFC to help in relocating critical raw material production in Europe. And we'll have more presentations on that topic later on today. Okay, so my takeaway messages here, I will not go through all of them. They are reminders of what I said before. But the very important point, and if there is only one point you should remember from this presentation, is that, in my opinion, time is a critical issue to face a rapidly increasing demand for critical materials. And by evaluating and tracing the majority of projects, in my opinion, UNFC is a crucial tool to tackle the challenge of securing the EU supply in critical raw materials. I think, yes, that's my last slide. I thank you for your attention. And well, we'll have great presentations today and in the following days. So I wish you all a great conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. That was fantastic, I think, and highlighting some of the challenges like the need for investments, data, but also time. I think we can be grateful that we started working on the UNFC back in 1992. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the position to help you now. And I think, you know, developing a classification system, it takes decades, particularly if you're to get the global alignment and input, which I think we have with the UNFC. So thank you for your encouraging words about the value that you place on UNFC as a tool to meet the EU's ambitions. That's greatly appreciated. So last but not least in this session, I'm very pleased to hand over to Pascal Leroy, who is the Director General of the WEEE Forum. The EEE stands for Waste from Electrical and Electronic Equipment. So he's been the Director General since 2007, and it's a representative of 50 producer responsibility organizations across the globe. And he's been involved in many e-waste programs, policies and projects for more than 20 years. And formerly he was with government affairs. So Pascal, you have the floor. Thank you.
Before I start, I'd like to thank the teams of Slavko and Charlotte for inviting us here at this important event. It's the golden opportunity to meet all the experts on the UNFC system and to exchange views. Before I dive into the specifics of the FutureM project, which is about the future availability of secondary raw materials, it's a project funded by the European Union and by the Swiss Confederation. I will briefly walk you through, let's say, the context of the project, and it has been highlighted by all the previous speakers. I will not dwell on this point, is that the CRM Act, and I think that Milan Grohol is absolutely right when he says that this is a turning point. I think that 12 months ago, no one would have believed that we would have such a very strong CRM Act proposed by the European Commission. I think it's, if you look at the benchmarks in the CRM Act, so the 10%, 40 to 15%, also the 65% has not been mentioned yet in much detail, where they say that 65%, you should not have more than 65% dependence for each strategic material. This is absolutely groundbreaking. And I would just like to read one clause in the Act. It says, member states and private operators will have to investigate the potential for recovery of critical raw materials from extractive waste in current mining activities. And also products containing permanent magnets will need to meet circularity requirements and provide information on the recyclability and recycled content. I think this is one of the crucial clauses in the Act. This slide, incidentally, was also part of Milan's presentation. It's the example of permanent magnets where China dominates each phase of the value chain. And this makes the European economy extremely vulnerable and also insufficiently self-reliant. We are very dependent on a range of third countries. And so what is the case for FutureM? So we know the context, which is the CRM Act and the climate, the transition to climate and digital economy. So what is the case for FutureM? I think it's first of all to develop a harmonized knowledge on the availability and recoverability of secondary raw materials within the EU, not just strategic raw materials, but secondary raw materials. So it's about the availability and recoverability. And there's a special focus on critical raw materials. This is not currently in place. There have been projects in the past trying to identify and assess, let's say, the availability, for example, the Brosnan project, but the recoverability, that's a different matter altogether. And the UNFC, as we all know, will play an important role. So we will apply the UNFC classification system to secondary raw material projects and foster consistency, transparency, and comparability. This was also mentioned in a previous presentation. It's all about consistency, transparency, and comparability of projects and so forth. And we will disseminate this information via a knowledge base. There will be dynamic visualization tools. Actually, I was quite impressed by Francis Wall's presentation, the video with the visualization tools. And we will also estimate future demand and supply risks. And then also there's a very strong foresight element. We will develop 3 future pathways to 2050 covering 6 waste streams. So these are the 6 waste streams: batteries, EEE, vehicles, slags and ashes, mining waste, and construction demolition waste. And I haven't said too much about the WeForum, the organization I represent. It's an international association of 50 entities that collect electrical and electronic waste from households and businesses. It's an international association. 3/4 of our members are European, have operations in Europe, but 1/4 on all the other continents. So, and of course, we are standing on the shoulders from previous projects, Orama, Prosum, Minea, and the Mintel for You. Of course, we do all this in strong collaboration with the people in DG Grow and also the people at the Joint Research Center. We have periodical meetings to exchange views and best practices. And so this is the idea, applying the UNFC methodology to anthropogenic resources or secondary raw materials. Of course, the axes are slightly different. For example, the G stands for degree of confidence. But the idea is that every project will have its code in terms of E, economic viability, F, feasibility, and G, degree of confidence. And this will allow for better communication, transparency, and comparability. And so you will be able to compare different projects, as I just said. And it's a 4-year project. We are currently in year 1, but we started in June last year, so we are almost in year 2 of this project. Sister organization is GSEU, the organization or the project with Bertrand. We are a consortium of 29 partners funded by HDA, the Horizon Europe agency. And the timeline is that we are now more or less in the initial phase. We will develop a consistent procedure to assess and classify secondary raw materials, recoverability in line with the UNFC. And there will also be use case studies to test, develop, validate, and demonstrate the procedure in line with UNFC, and a draft reporting standard for the attention of UNECE. That's a roadmap. There have been case studies in the past, but we will do our own FutureM case studies, and in a number of in the 6 waste streams, as you can, they are listed here across Europe. And this is the consortium. As you can see, we have recycling companies, geological surveys, universities, research institutes, producer responsibility organizations, also in the battery segment, and then innovation centers. And I think that's most of them. Thank you very much for your attention. One last thing, please get involved, get connected to the FutureM consortium. We encourage you to sign up as someone who's got an interest in the project, and you can do this on the FutureM website futuram.eu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pascal, and for introducing us to the FutureM project, which is hugely important, but a very exciting project as well. And we look forward to receiving the updates at future meetings here. So thank you very much. And I also encourage experts here to join the project and to join the forum as appropriate. So I would like to thank all the speakers. It wasn't planned to have Q&A, and I have seen that we're over time, but I'm going to be exceptionally kind. Doesn't happen often, but I will give you 5 minutes, a 5-minute break to stretch your legs, and then we'll start the next session. So please joining me in thanking our opening speakers, Dimitri, and Stig-Morten and Stentia, who I will convey our thanks to Dario, to Milan, to Guillaume, and to Pascal. So thank you all very much. That was a fantastic opening session and hugely rich information and discussion. So thank you. So the first speaker that I'm very pleased to introduce is Alistair Jones. Alistair Jones has been a member of the expert group for many years. He's going to be talking to us about the UNFC, a classification for sustainable resource management. Alistair is a visiting professor at Imperial College, working on CO2 storage and other aspects of flow in porous rocks. He previously worked for BP in R&D for many, many years, field management and resource review roles. He also very importantly contributed, more than contributed, he really held a big part of the pen in the update of UNFC in 2019. Alistair is always very modest. So Alistair, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Charlotte. So what I want to do is just to give you a bit of an overview of UNFC. Just what is it? Why is it useful? Who's it useful for? So we've already heard a lot about lithium, and we've already seen great videos that Francis presented about Cornwall in southwest UK. So I just want to dwell for a minute on that. So there was a BBC news item in 2020 which said globally significant lithium found. Now that sounds really great news, but who needs to know what about this? Well, there are lots of interested parties. There's governments, there's industry, there's finance, there's civil society, there's the creators of studies. They all have a stake. They're all stakeholders, because what happens, whether it happens, whether there's an investment, what the impact, positive or perhaps negative, would be, matters to those people and those groups. And UNFC is about reliable project information to enable planning and decisions. So it's a classification framework of projects. So in this case, it would be of a potential lithium mining project, but of any resource project. And there are three fundamental criteria. There's firstly the environmental, social, economic viability. There is technical feasibility, and there's degree of confidence in the quantities to be produced or injected. I say injected because this also applies to injection of, say, CO2 storage. Now, why three criteria? Well, for a project to be viable, it must be environmentally, socially, and economically acceptable. And see the link there and the tie-in to sustainable development. Now, there are lots of definitions of sustainable development, but I think a very helpful one originates from the Brundtland report in 1987, that it's a development that meets the present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And it was expressed at the time in terms of equity, environment, and economy, is talked of, we've heard this morning, in terms equivalently of people, planet, and prosperity. And so directly, the E-axis links environmentally, socially, and economically acceptable. But also, a project to be viable, it has to be technically feasible. You have to be able to do it. And it has to be well defined. You have to understand what it will produce. And so there are three axes: the environmental, social, economic viability. And a project is categorized on that axis with an increasing level of maturity. So an E3 project would be something that, well, actually we're at a really early stage and it may not even be possible. E2 is, we're on the way, but there are still some hurdles. And E1 is about a project that is environmentally, socially, economically viable. It's going to happen, or it is happening, because it's met all the requirements. And then similarly, technical feasibility, increasing maturity as you go up to F1, and degree of confidence in the estimate. Now, just a subtlety, G4 is about prospective projects, G1, G2, G3 about different levels of uncertainty for projects that are in progress. And of course, there's more detail, and there is UNFC documentation, which gives definitions and supporting explanations. And then, I mean, we've seen this cube on the right-hand side before. Having classified a project according to those three criteria, we can then place it in this three-dimensional cube. And there are some particular lines on that cube that are of particular interest. And they can then be expressed in two dimensions. So the prospective projects, those dark blue ones, then you actually know you've got a resource. In the case of lithium, you've discovered it. The non-viable projects that actually it's not possible to do it, or we just don't have enough information yet. The potentially viable projects, they're on the way, but there are some hurdles. They may be technical, they may be environmental, they may be social, they may be economic, they may be a combination of those things. And then at the top level of maturity, those viable projects that are E1, F1, and then there might be a range of estimates. The very high confidence estimates, G1, the mid-case estimates, G1 plus G2, or the low case estimates. So, and this is my last slide, UNFC is a consistent framework, and it gives key information to stakeholders, to governments, to investors, to companies, and through them to civil society. It's about project maturity, moving all the way from an idea to something that's going to happen, to something that's producing. It's about quantities and the uncertainty in those quantities, and it's a unifying global standard. So, and you've heard that already today. And it's for all resources. And that's important because that means that one can compare projects, one can bring all one's potential projects or existing projects together and compare them on a like-to-like basis. And it consists of generic and supplementary specifications, and the supplementary specifications focus in on each resource. I should say water is one that we're working on, and the others all exist as specifications in use. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Alistair. That was very comprehensive as usual. Just, I wanted to ask you a quick question just on your last slide. You know, you've showed that the UNFC can be applied to both extraction and injection projects and to a wide range of resources. Can you just quickly explain to us how a single classification system can apply to so many different resources? Thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. Well, I think if you stand back from an individual resource, there's so much commonality. Developing resources is about projects. And projects are about their maturity on those criteria of is it technically feasible. Now, the technical details, of course, are different for a mining project to underground storage and so on, to solar, for which there are specifications. But the principles of it needing to be technically feasible, of it needing to be socially, environmentally, socially, economically viable, and of an uncertainty and different levels of confidence in what will actually be produced or injected, they're common. So that means you have a common system, but of course there are details related to an individual resource. So that's why we have the generic specifications and the resource-specific specifications, which we'll hear more about from our next two speakers.
Thank you very much, Alistair. I propose we take the next two presentations and then we have short Q&A at the end before we move to the last two speakers. So without further ado, very pleased to hand over to Hendrik Falck. Hendrik is from Canada. He's a mineral resource geologist who worked for industry and government for over 30, he's been working for over 35 years in resource management at many different levels, from diamond exploration to regional resource assessments and northern policy making. He's also got an extensive list of publications related to his expertise. Importantly, he's the chair of the EGRM Minerals Working Group, and he's going to be talking to us about the basics of minerals classification. Hendrik, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. So we've heard a lot about the high-level policy aspirations and why the UNFC is a wonderful tool, but what we haven't talked about is how you actually use it. How does it go from the rocks to this higher level requirements that we're actually trying to achieve? So my presentation is a bit of the background and a little bit of sort of where the rubber hits the road. How does this actually work? And the UNFC has developed a whole series of documents, guidance tools, policies, supplementary guidances, and bridging documents that allow us to take our rocks and convert them into the higher level policy goals that we're hoping to achieve here. And so I just want to walk through a few of these elements and show you how they work and how they can be applied. So you've seen the cube, we won't dwell on that. We know the classes, there's an E-axis, F-axis, and the G-axis. We've gone through some definitions. We've added a lot more text than we've had from Alistair, but that's for you to read later on the slides when you go through them at your leisure. The E-axis, the F-axis, the G-axis. And how do they actually work? How do you go from a classification of or a set of rocks and a mineral resource estimate and identify this UNSC class 1111, which is sort of the ultimate goal, which is in minerals, that would be a producing mine with a future resource that is culturally and socially acceptable and economically viable. So hiding behind those straightforward classes are actually a number of subclasses and subtleties and different subclassifications that we have to start understanding exactly where in the sort of process is our resource that we're examining and what kind of evaluation has already been done on this resource. So we're predicated that someone has drilled the rocks, someone has looked at the rocks, mapped the rocks, done a volumetric estimate, and worked on the resource estimation parts of things like grade control. What is the cutoff grade? What is the economic value that's there? What are the volumes that are being talked about here? Those elements, the actual sort of measurement of the rock have been done. And then now, how do we take that and move that into the classification system? And so to help guide this, there's a set of mineral specifications that are intended to support sort of the more lofty generic goals, but describe it more from a minerals point of view, a minerals terminology, and we'll walk through a little bit of that. There's the stages of the project's life, going from prospecting through exploration into the mining, the beneficiation processing, as well as looking at decommissioning and remediation at the end of a mine life. And those aspects need to be described and evaluated as far as where is this project at, how is it going to progress, and well, what considerations moving forward need to be considered. The evaluation part, as I mentioned, that has the deposit, has the resource been examined in an appropriate fashion for that stage of the life. So if you're just looking at a very early prospect, maybe you only have a bit of geochemical data, maybe you only have a bit of geophysical data, but is the quality of that assured? Are we certain that the values that are given to us are truly there? And evaluating those concepts are a key part of moving from a just having rock into that classification. Now, there are also examining the socioeconomic assumptions. What are the sort of challenges that this project could face? Is it in a national park? If it is, we're never going to mine it. Is it in an area that is covered by a village? Are there other considerations? Is it in an area that has all the right infrastructure that's needed, power supply, water supply, and manpower? Those questions have to be addressed as well for the classification to work appropriately. And I wanted to go back to the G-axis and emphasize it a bit more. Now, in the generic classification, it's described as the confidence, but in minerals, we really refer to it as the geological axis, as the G-axis, and it's how comfortable are we with that, the geology that we're actually looking at? Do we understand the geology of this resource? And so for those considerations in the supplements, there's a lot more wordage that should be looked at. I won't go through it in a single slide by this, but I'm pointing you to page 16 as the right place to go. Understanding these terms for a geological context is critical for the correct classification of any resource. Now, you may have resources from a variety of different sources. I'm going to look at some as an example. If we're using what industry most commonly uses these days, which is a Crisco template resource, these are resources that are being reported not necessarily for a government policy perspective, which the UNFC is designed for, but more for the financial markets and ensuring that investors have confidence in the resources that they're investing in. And so it's intended more for stock exchanges. It should be pointed out, these are very complementary systems and not competitive systems. They actually work quite well together. And to help work these systems together, they're actually bridging documents that allow us to move from a variety of different resource classification or reporting standards into the UNFC standards. And some of them are current, some of them we're just currently working on to revise them and make sure they're up to date as well. But there are methods to move from one system to another. And so if we are looking at a Crisco template report and they're talking about exploration results and where would that classify, it easily classifies down to the blue cube down in the bottom in our more sort of uncertain areas. So where we're just starting to understand what are the challenges with this project. As the exploration becomes more advanced and we get more confidence, either through more information, better information, more drilling, more assays, and a higher degree of confidence is built, we move the resources into the indicated and inferred levels and ultimately into measured. And each of those maps quite comfortably into part of the UNFC system as well. And finally, as economic viability is achieved and we actually move into the more productive phases of actually extracting the resources, we're starting to look at the higher levels of the cube. So behind all of this, there are a number of case studies that will be presented here. I see some of the speakers actually in the audience, so that's great. I'm looking forward to these presentations that allow you to sort of read on how different resources can be evaluated and classified, and they provide you a sort of a firsthand guidance onto the actual changing of rock into policy. Additionally, we've written a new case study, and Gadi will be presenting us this as well later today, or later in the session, and I look forward to hearing about that as well. There's also a lot of information in the guidance documents as well as in the academic literature that I would like to point at, just to provide you sort of more background information as to how this actually works. It is quite actually interesting to move from the rocks into that sort of classifications framework. And so I wanted to thank you for a very quick tour of how minerals work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hendrik. I like that, changing rock into policy. Thank you. That was a fantastic whistle-stop tour through the specifications, bridging documents, case studies. I think all three and the guidance, they're all important documents. And I think front and center in the EU now is how do you actually use the UNFC? It's one thing looking at it in the book, but another thing having to actually use it in practice. So I think having you explain those documents and what's available is hugely important. And we do have bridging documents with the Russian Federation classification systems and also the Chinese systems as well. And I think the Chinese systems have just been updated, and we'll get an update on the Russian Federation bridging document later in this meeting. So with that, I'm very pleased to hand over to Ulrich Kral. Ulrich will be talking to us about the application of UNFC to anthropogenic resources. Ulrich is the chair of the Anthropogenic Resources Working Group, which is hugely appreciated. He's also a waste and resource specialist at the Environment Agency, Austria, and his work focuses on the assessment of material flows from sources to final sinks to manage the use of resources and protect the environment. So hugely important work that Ulrich is doing. Over to you, Ulrich. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Well, Alistair already explained to us that the UNFC is applicable to any kind of resource. I mean, to coal resources, to mineral resources, to nuclear energy resources, and others. And I want to pick up his overview on the different types of resources to look a little bit on the history on the development of UNFC. The first steps were undertaken in the 1980s, and at the very beginning, the idea was to assess coal deposits and to compare the viability of coal extraction between Eastern and Western Europe. And over the time, the UNFC was expanded to other types of resources. Starting from coal, new resource types were added, like mineral resources, petroleum, gas, and so forth. And a major step was undertaken, I think it was about 7 to 8 years ago, where renewable energies has been included to the UNFC. And the latest update was undertaken in 2018, where anthropogenic resources, which are the source of secondary raw materials, were included into the scope of the UNFC. And I think in terms of resource types, the UNFC is more or less complete now because it covers the entire scope of raw materials that are now circulating in our society. So it's not only about primary, it's also about secondary and to cover the whole scope, and which is quite nice to have a common understanding and on the future developments of raw material supply, both from primary and secondary on the globe and in different regions. Let me now come to my presentation, which is about the application of UNFC to anthropogenic resources. So you might ask yourself, what are anthropogenic resources? This is quite a technical or an academic term. An anthropogenic resource is a concentration or an occurrence of materials in our society, which is of intrinsic economic interest, right? And at a certain point in time, all anthropogenic materials turn into a residue, right? There could be mining and metallurgical residues if we're talking about the life cycle stage at the very beginning. And we could also have post-consumer residues, which enter the waste management phase after the use, let us say. Here I just plotted some examples. These are, for instance, batteries. This is waste electronic and equipment. It's end-of-life vehicles. It's construction, demolition waste. It could be municipal solid waste, but it could also be secondary wastes, which are wastes that came out after the treatment of waste, like slags and ashes from municipal solid waste incineration, which also includes all the CRMs and other metals. And of course, if we have this look on this residues, recycling and recovery projects are needed to convert the residues into secondary raw materials. So I think recycling and recovery projects are the missing link between the waste management and the next use phase. And it therefore makes the loop complete. So how are these recycling projects developed? As already mentioned, it always starts with an idea, let's say, to recover raw materials from residues. And at the very beginning, there might be only indirect evidence on the materials, yeah, just a rough idea on the composition and on the quality and on the quantities. And if we only have indirect evidence on the types of materials, then it might be a prospective project. But as the knowledge increases, for instance, yeah, where more data are available on the material characteristics and the performance, the quality and the quantities, we move forward in this pipeline of project development. It could be a non-viable project if more data on the material characteristics are available, but only an initial assessment on the economic performance, for instance, is available. Then we could have a potentially viable project, depending on the economic, social, and ecological viability. And at the very end, we have a viable project. And the UNFC is just a tool that classifies the recycling and recovery projects by maturity level. And on this plot, you see the different maturity levels. So it's nothing, it just provides generic principles that guides you to classify the projects based on their maturity level. That tells you when do you have a viable project, when do you have a potential viable project, and when does the project become viable. And the interesting thing in UNFC is also that it not only communicates the maturity level of the recovery project, it also discloses the enablers and the barriers of an existing project. For instance, you have a non-viable project, and there might be some enablers and barriers to move the project forward in the pipeline to move towards a potentially viable status or a viable project status. And these barriers, if you know these barriers or the risks, you can address them by interventions. Either government can make these interventions by changing the boundary conditions, or industry can make interventions by providing capabilities to move the projects towards the viable status. And this makes UNFC operational for project pipeline management and decision-making, because on the top level, it informs in an inventory overview on the maturity level of the recovery projects, and in the second level of information, it discloses the enablers and the barriers to develop the recycling project further. And in the next slide, I'm focusing on mining and metallurgical residues and present an overview of case studies, let's say. A colleague of mine, Carlo Cormillo, and his colleagues from a European network on mining the European anthroposphere did a review on 67 storage sites for mining and metallurgical residues all across the world. Of course, there's more, but this was just a selection. And what they did is they picked out the information that are currently available for these 67 storage sites. And of course, they picked the information on the geological knowledge, as already mentioned. They also picked out the information that was stressed to evaluate the recoverability of raw materials from these storage sites. And they also screened if a classification system was used to classify the storage sites. And they found that out of these 67 storage sites, about 40% were already not classified. So it was just in initial exploration activities, yeah, on material composition, quality, leachate rates, and so on. And the remaining 60% were already classified, not only with UNFC. These are 2 case studies, one in Portugal and one in Germany. The others were classified with the Canadian National Instrument 43101, with the JOR code and with the summary code. And this is now why UNFC comes in, because these case studies or these storage sites, this assessment cannot be compared to each other because different classification systems have been used. And I can tell you there are much more classifications all across the world. Yeah, depending on the jurisdiction and the industry sector, we see more than 100 different types of classifications. So this is just a few. This is just a selection. And in order to compare these individual projects, let's just say, on a common playing field, you need the UNFC because it's a framework classification that allows to integrate the results from the different classification applications. And this is just an example because the Canadian National Instrument 43101 and also the summary code are part of the CRISCO family code. And the UNECE Expert Group of Resource Management developed a bridging document. And this bridging document helps you to convert the CRISCO numbers into UNFC numbers. So this makes this allows the comparison with other UNFC studies. And next to that, you can also integrate the projects which are currently not classified in the UNFC. Yeah, it means that the knowledge is quite, at the beginning, let's just say, it's quite poor compared to full UNFC studies. But according to UNFC, this would be a low maturity level. Potentially, it's a prospective project or a non-viable project at the current state. Yeah, because all these are snapshot analysis. So based on this example, you see that UNFC is a framework. It's an overarching framework that allows to include the individual assessment results. So it doesn't substitute individual classifications like CRISCO template, PERC, or others. It's just an add-on to fill the gap and to compare the projects on a common playing field. Let me now come to the second type of residues, which are post-consumer residues. There are currently 18 applications out for post-consumer residues. And you see here a global map where the classifications have been applied. Two case studies are available with the scope of the European Union, one in China, 3 in Japan, and then there are some case studies in Belgium on a national level for France and for Switzerland. And if we look to the type of classification that has been used, we see that about 6 studies used the McKelvey box, which was developed by the USGS in the 1970s. And the remaining ones, about 12, used the UNFC. And the interesting thing here is that the McKelvey was applied on the national or regional level. Yeah, this is important because the UNFC is tailored to assess site-specific individual recovery projects. So you need a project developer, let's say, who is interested to develop a recycling and recovery project. Yeah, and this project developer is just focusing on his project and the economic and environmental viability. And the McKelvey studies have been used to assess the future availability in a country, for instance, without defining specific recovery projects. Yeah, and we also see this tendency to predict the national availability of raw materials on national level, also in the mining sector. For instance, the Austrian Geological Survey applied the UNFC for sand and gravel on a regional level, not on a site-specific level, in order to get first-hand information in order to develop future recovery projects. And this picture just imagines the wide range of applications to anthropogenic resources. The first one is it was applied in Japan to, for instance, to assess the future availability of copper from all potential sources in the country. So they defined a target material like copper, and then they assess the viability to extract copper from all different kind of type of sources in the country. In contrast to that, we see other case studies that were looking to the source. Yeah, for instance, to computers to construction demolition waste, to waste electronic equipment and landfills. All these are potential sources. So we see two different approaches. One is focusing on specific target materials, taking into account all potential sources in a country. And the second approach is looking to specific residues with the aim to extract as much materials as possible. And these case studies were applied on different levels, national, regional, and site-specific level. And of course, the expert group on resource management developed several documents. They were already presented by Alistair and Hendrik. The top level document is the UNFC 2019. It includes generic principles and terms, which are applicable to all kinds of resources. And for the anthropogenic resources, specifications have been developed. So these specifications provide more details for applying the UNFC to anthropogenic resources in terms of principles, but also in terms of terminology, for instance. And then there are some general guidelines, for instance, on how to define projects to be aligned with the UNFC world. And there are also guidelines about the competency of persons who do these evaluations. And this brings me to my last slide with two take-home messages. The first one are the UNFC basics. The UNFC is the tool for classifying recycling projects and recovery projects by the maturity level. Yeah. On the second level of information, it also provides data about the enablers and barriers to move with a recycling project in the pipeline towards future production. And the information on the barriers is essential for those who want to develop the recovery projects, both for the project developers and also for the government and the regulators, because they form the framework conditions which allows or not allows to develop recovery projects. So for all the stakeholders, these barriers and the enablers are a key information to develop the project further. And the UNFC can use for project pipeline management on the level of companies and also on the level of countries and the European Union. We recently heard that the European Commission is now building a database with projects which were classified with the UNFC. This is kind of inventory that is now created and maintained on the European level, and it can be also downscaled to the national or to the company level. The second message is the application of UNFC to anthropogenic resources. It was successfully applied to mining and post-consumer residues. We see a broad range of applications looking for target materials or looking for specific sources. And the strength, but also the weakness of the UNFC is that it's tailored for site-specific projects. And if we're talking about, or if we're looking for the recovery of materials from waste or residues, we always deal with dynamic inflows, dynamic feedstocks into the plants. That vary over time, and we're talking about systems that evolve over time. So the feedstock into a plant depends, for instance, on the collection rate in the system, on the separation technology before the recycler gets the material. So the feedstock into recycling plant depends on a lot of external factors that are driven by governmental legislation, if we're focusing on the collection rate, for instance, and other issues. This is a difference to the mining sector, because in the mining sector, the quantities remain in place without changing their composition, let's say. And it has been demonstrated that UNFC can also be applied for resource estimates on national level without focusing on individual recovery projects. This is of importance because this assessment allows to identify potential future secondary raw materials that are currently not on the monitor of project developers, right? So you can demonstrate which resources might turn into valuable secondary raw materials, and based on this information, new recycling projects can be identified. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ulrich. I think you've summed it all up in your last slide, but thank you very much. And also, thank you for highlighting the relationship between UNFC and other classification systems. I think that's very important for us all to understand. So I'd now like to open the floor for questions, a few questions for the speakers. And also people online as well. Raise your hand if you'd like to take the floor. I see question, please.
Of the One Goal initiative. The circular economy has a number of issues, among other things, the fact that many producers of a certain product also own the intellectual property to the recycling method to it. So it gives them an incentive to shorten the life cycle. But a cycle doesn't have zero impact on the environment. So this is a problem that needs to be considered. This also applies to the couple made of injection and extraction. There is a potential for injectors to want to have more extraction so that they can inject more because of investment returns. Also, and I may reiterate this at the last afternoon of this conference, the injection has not been, to my knowledge, studied really in depth as to its impact on biodiversity of aquifers, on other risks. I think injection is important. We need to store the captured carbon one way or another, but last time that investment returns kind of blinded us, we ended up with climate change. So we want to really be careful what we're getting into here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. I recall you making a similar comment at the group of experts on gas meeting. So clearly an issue that you're very concerned about, and rightly so. And I think the Norwegian presenter gave a good explanation on how long that Norway has been working on injection projects, etc. So, but allow me, the speakers, are there any speakers who'd like to respond or make a comment to what they've just heard? Alistair?
Well, I guess I'll leave Ulrich to maybe comment on the recycling issue, on the injection issue. So just to kind of emphasize, well, firstly, I would say injecting CO2 into the ground is a cost. I can't actually see producers motivated to produce more in order to inject more. I could see injection being a way of dealing with the problematic CO2 waste of oil production. And secondly, I'd kind of emphasize Sleipner in Norway has been injecting since 97, I think. Anyway, more than 20 years. Karen's the expert. And it's a really good example. Yes, we do need to monitor things. Yes, we do need to understand things. It's being really well monitored. And it does genuinely look a very promising thing.
Thanks. Ulrich, do you want to make a short comment? Thanks, Alistair.
Yeah. Right. So if I understand it correctly, you argued that the recyclers are owning the properties rights for specific recycling technologies, and they look for more input material to recycle more, and they want to shorten the lifetime of products to recycle more, if this is correct, right?
I had only thought about the shortening of the life cycle, but it may be that they will want more. No, I don't think so, but the shortening of the life cycle was the issue.
Yeah, but shortening the life cycle means shortening the lifetime of products, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you for this clarification. Well, I think of course, there are these two options in the circular economy. The first one is to extend the lifetime of products, which has two effects. Of course, it decreases the waste generation, right? So this is less input for the recyclers. On the other hand, it decreases the need for producing new materials and new stuff. Yeah. So, for instance, if a power generator has doubled its lifetime, you need half of the raw materials in order to produce and provide the services. Yeah. So extending the lifetime, focusing on the entry and on the input and the output of materials. And at least in the European Union, yeah, there is a substantial effort for waste prevention. It means waste prevention extends the lifetime of products. And I think last year there was also a new scoping study to revise the waste prevention framework in the European Union in order also to decrease the need for new raw materials to produce new products. And currently, I don't see that the recycler, there is, I see the need of the recycler to recycle more, that's their job, yeah, but it's not by shortening the lifetime of product, let's just say, it's to capture the materials that are currently informal managed, let's just say, yeah. I think that the WE Forum knows the data much more better than me, but if you look for it, just taking WE as an example, from 100% of WE that is currently produced globally, only 40% is formally managed. Yeah, it means that these fractions go into a treatment facility and potentially also to a recycling and recovery facility. The remaining 60%, yeah, are not sent to recycling facilities. Yeah, and I think this is the primary focus of the recyclers, that they get the material that is currently unmanaged, let's say. So this waste is produced. Yeah, it's a pull factor for the waste management system to get these materials that are currently not managed properly, as I say. Yeah, and so I see that this is the intention of the recyclers to get the waste that is currently not formally collected and treated. I have not seen any evidence, yeah, that they're looking for shorter lifetimes, but potentially this is available. I have not seen it, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ulrich, for your comprehensive response. In view of time, let's move on to the next session. It's an important one. It's focused on UNFC in Europe and the UNFC Europe guidance. So I'm pleased to hand over to my colleague, Slavko Solar. Slavko has been working in the team here at ECE for about 18 months, and a fantastic asset, really focused on deploying UNFC in Europe. He's a mineral resource geologist. He's got over 35 years of experience in resource management at a number of levels, from deep deposit exploration to regional, national, and European policy making. As well, he's also got an extensive list of publications related to his expertise. And he's going to give us some background information on the UNFC Guidance Europe. Slavko, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. What I would like to do in my intervention is give you a background information regarding the resource classification in Europe, of course, with the focus on raw materials, and make a short introduction into what will happen later on in the seminar as such. We are collecting the information on resource classification in Europe in a view of further implementation of UNFC, the Critical Raw Material Act that we heard, and that we would all be aware of a different situation in the member states where the Critical Raw Material Act will come in force, as we heard, within a year or two. So starting with first statement would be there is no unified classification system for mineral resources in Europe. The member states do have a different resource classification and reporting system. The most common one are CRISCO, International Reporting Template, a National Classification and Reporting System, which would include the variation of ex-Soviet-based classification system, and of course, the UNFC. Looking at more detailed how spread are these systems around Europe, looking at the database of SP Global Marketplace, we see that in Europe, most spread around is JORC and CIM and I 43101. To some extent, also PERC, European Reporting Code. And with regard to countries, of course, there are countries with mining tradition and mining still in Europe as such. So what we did so far, we are looking at the three groups of raw material data collections. Countries with the central-based information based on the international reporting standard, some countries based on the national reporting, and countries with the incoherent data collections that would have the national system or would actually be without. This would be the group that I would call North-West-West. These are the countries with the long-standing mining tradition and would still have ongoing mining in Europe, and they would the mining industry would be legally obliged to report the information which would be centrally collected. They would be collected information on the resource reserves and of course on the production data. The second group is also the one that would have their own reporting system, would be annually based and constantly updated, would not have be strictly linked to any internationally recognized standard. The other larger group would be the group that would be based on the ex-Soviet classification system, would be countries of Central and Eastern Europe. What we have in this data collections would be a large number of deposits, because all of deposits would be included in the reporting, not only which we have in other cases, not only those of stock exchange or more significant importance to the country, but also in this case construction materials or some low value industrial rocks and minerals. Here are a few examples from the countries where they report the mining sites, but they also report deposits as such. So the next group which we found, which are UNFC based, would be two countries in Europe, which would report in that system. But what I will say later is that the bridging was done in many other countries toward the UNFC. The larger group, which would be Western Europe, would have no systematic centralized data collection and reporting, but they would have data collections in most cases, of course, for different purposes, to some degree public, to some degree not public. In some countries, this information would not be on the national level, but would be on the regional level, depending on the constitution or structure of the country itself. So, as I said before, there were attempts to make the mapping from one system to another, and these attempts were done separately. Some of them were also published, such as this one, but no coherent comparison among those attempts were done and looked at so far. So with this short overview of what is happening, I would also present UNFC activities that were done in Europe to different raw materials, several case studies in different countries, but also a guidance on application of UNFC for mineral resources in Finland, Norway, and Sweden, a very important guidance document. As well, on the other side, there were a few studies on secondary raw materials, which Ulrich was just describing. No?
I think that was your last slide, Slavko.
Well, yeah. I will just move on from my slides here because I'm close to end and I don't want to take more time. So from ongoing UNFC activity, especially in the frame of extra budgetary project that was mentioned several times with the European Commission, what was done was building up the expert community, what was called the network of practitioners, which is already co-chaired with the Geological Service for Europe project. Further down, I would also mention that the promotion activities with the one-day events or trainings, but most of all, in a preparation for the act itself, we are building a structure besides the practitioners, the experts that would be very, very needed in the near future. We are also looking at the coordination team, which is consistent of the organizers of this seminar, as well as setting up a review team or technical advisory team that would look over the quality assurance. So with this, I would just introduce one of the documents that was done and that will be presented in the detailed UNFC guidance for Europe document. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Slavko. I think you've really highlighted the challenges in Europe with just the range of classification systems being used in the EU countries. So, and I think that really points to the need for UNFC, and particularly in view of the European Commission looking to develop a critical raw materials database. So thank you for that. And then last but not least, in this rich morning of discussions, I'm pleased to hand over to Janne Hokka. Janne will be presenting us the UNFC Europe guidance document that he was one of the key people instrumental in developing. He's a senior specialist at the Geological Survey of Finland, GTK, and since 2016, he's been the leading technical expert on UNFC classification for minerals at GTK. And in 2022, he was the primary reviewer for the UNFC Guidance Europe. And he's a member of the Minerals Working Group and also of the UNFC Network of Practitioners Europe. And I can testify that Janne is a fantastic expert on the UNFC. The floor is yours, Janne. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte, and thanks for your kind words. I'm going to run you through now the UNFC guidance document, which actually has been mentioned many times before already. So let's get going. So before that, is it this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't change at all.
No,
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, first the background. Of management of all corporate levels, financial investment decisions, making consideration of economic, environmental, and social aspects in raw materials projects, and expertise. Next slide, please. So UNFC guidance for Europe is for minerals, so primary, anthropogenic, secondary resources in Europe. It's to facilitate the development of UNFC-based inventories across Europe and provide alignment with infrastructure for spatial information of Europe, shortens INSPIRE for mineral resources. It is to ensure clarity and comparability of national resource reporting, especially how quantities are classified in accordance with UNFC and linked to various EU instruments. It's to assist evaluators to identify controlling factors and give qualified experts assistance when making these balance judgments in respect to categorization, which may have a direct impact to the viability of the projects. Next slide, please. So UNFC is a consistent framework to describe level of confidences of all of the future quantities produced by the projects. It's a tool to assess the viability of mineral projects in standardized way. Variable conditions in time are considered through the reconciliation. It's a robust numerical code-based system. Supplemental specifications provide the guidance to apply the 3 axes of rating matrix to mineral projects. So this figure here illustrates basically the UNFC document structure, where we have the principles, rules, and guidelines and where the UNFC guidance for Europe stands. So we have the UNFC main document, specifications, bridging documents, and then UNFC guidance for Europe guidance, which is really to support the EU member states. Then certain member states may have need for harmonizing of classification systems. So therefore this sort of bridging document again comes in. And then in the lower level, the member states apply the UNFC-based national raw materials inventories. Next slide, please. So UNFC guidance for Europe is for users, including regional and national authorities in Europe, to facilitate decision-making and maintaining the databases for primary and secondary raw material projects. It is for qualified experts, resource estimate preparers in Europe, to classify these primary and secondary raw materials projects. So there's 2 sectors and different audiences, and this is highlighted in the document structure as well. Next slide, please. I think UNFC is a powerful tool to really assess and view and classify projects in national level in respect to changing frameworks, so social, environmental, economic, technological, and geological factors and conditions. Yeah, you can click through. So it's aggregated national metal endowments, primary and secondary, within different project maturity levels, about current status and maturity level of viable and potentially viable project, recognizing them. Then it's about identifying relevant controlling factors and potential like block factors related to non-viable projects turning into potentially viable projects, and identifying the controlling factors where potentially viable projects turn into viable projects. So similar way that as Ulrich mentioned in his presentation. This is really essential. Next slide, please. So practical approach is that the national inventories for all commodities can be aggregated and reported in consistent and coherent manner. This is so important. The government organization compiled the mineral resource data and report the aggregated critical raw materials endowments under the UNFC for Europe to the UNFC to the European Commission. Member states who have a national reporting standard, they may use that and just bridge it over with the bridging document for the conversion. The information is important for research, planning, mineral exploration projects, national resource accounting, and also hence the decision-making tool for national and EU level mineral policies. Next slide, please. The UNFC guidance for Europe provides the sort of technical specifics which are outlined and laid out in different annexes. Annex 1 is about classes and subclasses and INSPIRE code list. It is to facilitate the development of UNFC-based inventories and how that is aligned with INSPIRE. These diagrams show the sort of interconnection between UNFC 2019 and also the INSPIRE terminology which exists. Next slide. It's Annex 2, it's about supplemental guidances for national resource reporting. It's to ensure clarity and comparability of natural resource reporting. These certain topics have been picked to address certain specific need for in classifications. For instance, how to classify the historic estimates, how to classify when the projects turn non-viable from the viable field. Also the terminology and documentations there. Next slide, please. Annex 3 is sectoral guidelines. It's to assist the evaluator to identify the relevant controlling factors. Mainly that's on E-axis, on the environmental, social, economic viability, policy, legal framework, expression rights, the regulatory and expression permitting status, the fiscal framework and contractual conditions, social considerations, and economic consideration. It's also important to address the technical feasibility, for instance, technological readiness level, mining and mineral projects. Next slide, please. So the operating environment for companies include both governmental and industry processes. And this figure here illustrates how UNFC is used to communicate throughout the project life cycles. As we can see here, we have project appraisals when the company moves from exploration to the technical study levels. They need to apply permitting. It is either both environmental and mining permitting, as well as permitting related to planning and building. Sustainability, environmental social governance, ESG aspects, and license to operate, SLO, are throughout the project lifecycle important. And this, how the UNFC can be used to communicate this, is shown at the bottom. When the project mine closure and monitoring status comes after operation, non-viable projects, mainly like remaining in situ quantities of mineralization, can still be classified within UNFC. And next slide. That's about it. Here is a sort of summary classification guideline figure here. From the top down, it sort of goes through, so the primary and secondary, you can apply directly UNFC. You can do a CRISCO UNFC bridging document conversion, or you can have a conversion using UNFC from the national standards that some countries use, as Slavko was showing in his presentation. Then the whole project maturity level can be mapped and aggregated to EU database, which is INSPIRE compliant. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Janne. I think the UNFC Europe guidance document is going to become very well read, well thumbed. I think what you've highlighted is really that the level of coordination and cooperation across the EU and sharing of expertise is going to be so important. We as the Secretariat stand ready to help as we can, but clearly we have limited capacity, but we'll do what we can. And I think what's really going to be needed is this train the trainer type of initiative where, you know, people who are UNFC experts help to train others, and there's a time commitment to that, of course. You thought it was lunchtime now, but it's not. The interpreters have kindly accorded us 10 minutes extra. So we've got time for one or two short questions, and then we'll let you go for lunch. So does anybody have a burning? Antje, did you want to ask a question, please? Antje.
So to Janne. Janne, you mentioned the social license to act, let's put it that way, is something which is going through the entire lifetime of a project development. But how I understand the UNFC at the moment, it is coming at a specific part of the classification in particular. And it's even summarized together with some other aspects such as the legal base and things like that. So wouldn't be there a need to, let's say, to extract that even further so that it is really a management instrument that one can use to see where do we have hurdles and where do we need to act specifically in order to make things happening.
risks and sustainability, what you mentioned is something that the entities also, they're very aware of that. And when companies operate, they have their own point of view, which and how to address the ESG aspects. It's about communication to the local municipalities. It's about taking the indigenous people rights in awareness. And they have that's basically where they communicate. But we, using in a national inventory scale, we can use and communicate UNFC, and like you said, communicate about those hurdles and block factors, or what are they sort of factors that prevent something to go forward. And that's at the end very, very critical. Yep.
Thanks, Antje, for the question. Thank you, Janne. I think, Slavko, you'd like to intervene.
Well, yeah, thank you, Antje, for pointing a really important issue such as social license to operate. In my opinion, this really needs full attention. And how could this be solved with the UNFC classification is that the evaluator and also the user of information would be in position either to add or to request additional information on that, or evidence in which stage the relationship with the local community, with the local community is. So there is a space to give additional information, to give additional explanation and the granularity of, thank you, information.
Yeah, the one aspect of the UNFC that's really exciting is the fact that there is an e-access and how one uses that. And while one can look at a single project and evaluate how the social license changes through time, are there new problems, are there different problems and things like that, that's one way of using the system. Conversely, you can look at, we have 16 different projects all across Europe. One of them has a lot of problems with it. One of them has very few problems. Where should we invest our effort? Where should we concentrate and focus on? Perhaps that's a better way of evaluating the environmental and social aspects of the resource extraction industries as well.
Thank you. Yes, the social license to operate is a very important topic. Please, a very short question or comment, please.
My name is Kato Badia, and I'm coming from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. My question is to Mr. Hokka. Thank you for the presentation. I noticed that some of the European countries source natural resources from other countries, third parties, as you call them. So you've presented this UNFC guidance for the EU, and you're talking about projects in the EU. My question is, how do you extend this to those countries that you're sourcing some of the critical raw materials from? How do we practically apply this guidance to such projects where you have to source some of these raw materials from third-party countries? Thank you.
That's a very important question, and the work is basically starting off by looking at the Europe, and the point is for Europe now to get the classification in coherent and consistent manner within the Europe resource base, to say so. But of course, the same idea and the methodology applies and can be applied in different regions, like in Africa and other regions as well. Certainly, the strong point is that this UNFC guidance, as it was in the pyramid structure shown, that it's just a lower guidance to give assistance to member states, but everything is underneath the UNFC, the umbrella of strong mandate of UNFC and UN. So UNFC 2019 main document and specifications are there, and this is a structural bit going down to help and facilitate those common methodologies that we need to apply for having a leveled resource data in Europe. But this is a very good point that we should consider. How can we, could we apply this, and how this could be, for instance, taken in consideration of different training models in different regions in Africa, for instance? This is very interesting question. I actually haven't had time to consider that because it's been a very hard focus in Europe now, but this actually is a very good point. Thanks for the question.
I think, Slavko, you wanted to make a short comment, very short.
Yes, thank you for raising the point how to make UNFC coherent all over the world globally. You are aware that the main document, UNFC 2019 principles, are mandatory, as well as the mineral specification. And then when you go further down to the guidance, this is a supplementary document, which is not mandatory. As far as I'm aware, in Africa, there is an African reporting code, which would give you all the instructions how to classify according to UNFC. And if there would be a supply chain from Europe to Africa or the other way around, and the user of the resource would be, of course, looking for the UNFC classification, if this is regarding the resource of the project itself. They would look at what the African partner did according to the EMREC. And of course, in a case of a specific question, as I mentioned before, I believe the additional information or the evidence part will step in. So I would see it in this way, but thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question. And we'll be hearing more about AMREC and Park later in this over the next 4 days. So thank you to Janne and Slavko for responding. With that, I'd like to close the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for joining this session. This afternoon, we are resuming the session we have started this morning. We will have four presentations on primary raw materials and case studies in Europe, in Norway, in Sweden, in France, in Finland. We have 1 hour and 20 minutes sessions, if I'm correct. So I will ask the speaker to be careful to not exceed 15 minutes of talk, well, 12 to 15 minutes maximum. So it will give you the opportunity to ask a few questions. I think that's interesting that we can have a discussion and that you can have the chance to ask questions. Well, first of all, I will welcome Janja Solberg for the first presentation this afternoon. Janja is a researcher at the Geological Survey of Norway. Since 2013, she has been working with mineral resources databases. Since 2016, she has been working on geological and geophysical explorations on graphite deposits in Norway. And nowadays, she's involved in a project related to classifying Norwegian deposits using the UNFC. So please, Janja, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you for organizing this event and for opportunity to present graphite UNFC case study. Thank you all for joining us today. Today I will present you 2 cases, the active graphite mine challenge and the Buchanan graphite deposit in Senja Peninsula in Troms County in northern Norway. And this graphite case has been done within the GSEU project, Metal for EU. There are 4 graphite provinces in Norway. These provinces are the island of Senja, the Western Island, Hollandsfjorden area, and the Bamble area in the southern Norway. All graphite occurrences in Norway occur in Proterozoic rocks of high metamorphic grade. The NGO's Mineral Resources Database are registered 91 graphite occurrences. As you can see on figure, according to the fact sheets on critical materials 2020, in EU between 2012 and 2016, the main application of graphite is in refractories, 54%, and 5% of graphite had been used in lithium-ion batteries. Norway produces 8% of annual graphite consumption of EU and is the biggest single producer in Europe. The Skaland mine has been in operation since 1922, producing about 10,000 tons per year with an average grade of 30% total carbon. From 2006, the mine location has been at Trallen, 8 kilometers north from Skaland mine. This is the world's richest flake graphite mine in the current operation. In 2019, Skaland graphite mine was bought by the Australian company Mineral Commodities Ltd. By the 2020, the company drilled 133 drill holes, 15.5 kilometers drill core in total, and analyzed 1,245 drill samples. And in 2020, resources were classified by your code as indicated 106,000 ton contained graphite and inferred 291,000 tons contained graphite resources. And based on those data and bridging, G-axis is classified as G3 and G2. Trallen mine is located approximately 8 kilometers from the existing Skaland processing and port infrastructure. Since the mine have been in production for many years and all licenses and the permits are in good standing with no known impediments, the E and F axis should be 1. In 2020, we had specific case for Trallen mine. It is logical that UNFC classification for active mine is E1, F1, G1, but because of additional uncertainty around exit grades, the company didn't have classification of measured mineral resources, even close to the existing mining where the geological confidence is high. In the end of the 2021, the York resources was updated and the proven and probable ore reserves was estimated. Maiden ore reserve is estimated on 0.64 million tons at 24.8% total carbon in the category of proven and probable, containing 159,000 tons of contained graphite by using 10% total carbon cutoff grades. And according to the UNFC codes are updated to E1, 2, F1, F2, and G1, 2, and 3. This is an example which shows that UNFC classification is a dynamic process. Since 2015 and 2018, NGO has conducted detailed investigation employing geological and geophysical methods to define graphite mineral deposits. Selected targets based on airborne anomalies have been measured by ground geophysics, mapped, sampled, and analyzed. Graphite is the most weathered rock and shallow trenching is recommended. A Bukiman deposit is located approximately 20 kilometers southeast from existing Skaland graphite operation. On figure 1, you can see airborne anomaly and measured profiles of SEV potential and EM31 conductivity. 51 samples have been sampled and analyzed with an average of 5% total carbon, and the maximum content of total carbon is 19.7%. 2 drill holes have been drilled to the depth of around 40 meters, and 20 drill samples have been analyzed with total carbon from 3 to 5%. This slide shows how tonnage is calculated based on measured size of the deposit and examples of geophysical traversing over the Bukiman deposit, which had been used to measure width and length of deposit. You can see the size of 3 graphite anomalies and sublocalities within Buchanan deposit, defined with geophysics and geological mapping. Depth of the deposit is extrapolated down to the 100 meter, so volume estimations have a low confidence level. Volume estimation for Buchanan is 3.34 million tons of contained graphite, and for Lichelen, 1.83 million tons. G-axis is classified as G3. This area should be explored further, and detailed ground geophysics and deeper core drilling is recommended in all 3 areas. The Mineral Commodities Ltd in Copenhagen have signed the land over agreement to explore the Buchanan graphite prospect with exploration rights for 10 years. Our suggestion for if F-axis is F3.1, site-specific studies have identified the potential development with sufficient confidence to warrant further testing. Different sources were used to gather the available data to define the parameters needed for the E and F axis, such as information from the Norwegian Water Resource and Energy Directorate and the Norwegian Directorate of Mining. And also were used maps from Kommunekartet. For the Kral mine, have been used data from the company website. Buchanan is located in a reindeer grazing area and is approximately 5 kilometers from a nature reserve. The nature reserve and reindeer grazing area are not in conflict with the mineral deposit, but the Buchanan area landslides may occur. In the case of the future mining operation, this will be underground mine and the impact of the E-axis is unknown. Proposal for the E-axis is E3.1, E3.2. Environmental, social, economic viability cannot yet be determined due to the insufficient information. And the final UNFC classification for Buchanan deposit is E3.2, F3.1, and G3. This table shows compiled resource estimates and UNFC classification on graphite deposits in Norway. We have used the combination of airborne and ground geophysics to estimate the dimensions of the mineralized areas, combined with sampling and analysis of the graphite content. Depth of deposit is not measured. Depth is extrapolated down to 100 meters for all deposits. So volume estimations have a low confidence level. Several of these deposits are under evaluation by different junior companies. Further work. We are continuing to work on UNFC at the NGO through GSEU project, and also within the NGO's project, UNFC classification of Norwegian mineral resources. And our ambition is to classify the mineral resources according to UNFC for all commodities, for metals, industrial minerals, aggregates, and secondary resources. And also we see a big need for harmonization over borders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Janja, for this presentation. Before I ask the room for a question, if I understood correctly, the Buchanan exploration data were acquired by NGO. Is that correct?
Yes, we have been the exploration since 2015,
Mm-hmm.
and then all our data and our results was published, and all reports are also can be reachable, and the company gets permission to explore further that area. So they also have used our data.
That's interesting. Then I think it's interesting to compare these two, because for the trail and deposit, the data was acquired by a private company.
That is in the production since 1922.
Okay.
So we haven't done the work.
No, yeah,
that
yeah,
area,
yeah,
but
I understand.
Not so far from the active mine, the new potential prospect.
Then my question is,
Okay, sorry.
then my question is this different access to detailed geological information, does it impact, in your opinion, can it impact your assessment or your classification of the deposit?
Yes.
What's your opinion on
Yes.
that?
Yes, of course. As much data we have, then it will be easier for us to classify deposit. But very useful thing of UNFC classification that we can apply to UNFC also for deposits which there is no enough data. So that is the good thing. So it can be applied also for the deposits and or potential or prospects where there is no big amount of geological data or knowledge, and also for areas which have been investigated in details.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question in the room? Yes, Havar.
I'll comment. So this exercise illustrates also one of the weaknesses of UNFC, namely that York and Perk and these classification systems, old ones, they classify the deposit. UNFC classifies the project. And a lot of the lists that we saw at the end, they are not projects. They are deposits, or they are localities where you have an enrichment of something. And some of the lower, one of the bottom of the list of other graphite occurrences will never become projects. So that is also a good example of that, I would say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Havar, for this comment. Do we have yes, Andrew?
Thank you very much. So just a question, when you're applying UNFC also in future time, and also probably for those ones, do you use a kind of time stamp from, if you have historical data, or at which date you would consider it's a rather historical data and therefore of lower confidence?
Yeah, it's a good question, because it's very we also have a 10GO discussion about it, how to follow the progress and how to update all the changes. So it will be the best if you can automate this process. So then it will require much less time and work. If when we get the new data, it can be automatically updated. So that is our ambition and then more, but it's not easy to develop that system very.
Yeah, but my question was also rather in the way, if you have more recent data, let's say the accuracy might be higher, that the view that let's say the uncertainties are less probably than with historical data. But at what stage or how old a data must be in order to be an old data?
That's a good question. But probably if there was no changes after the published data, if there is no be any changes, then we can take that date as the last date. So if it's in some like a sleeping mode, then we can take that date as the last date. If there were in between, if there were some changes, then the last published data we can take as the last date.
Thank you very much. I think we have a comment on my left, yes, on the stage.
Thank you. I was just responding to the earlier comment on the difference between UNFC and CRISCO. One is project classification, another is deposit classification. So in the UNFC, you divide the deposit into projects. So the whole deposit will become number of projects. Some will be viable projects, some will be potentially viable projects, some will be non-viable projects. So why it is done is in UNFC, importance is given to what is produced. So how much is going to be produced out of the deposit is given importance. There will be some material which will not be produced, which will be classified as either non-viable project, or even if it is, it cannot be included in a project, it will be classified as additional quantities in place. So with that, the total inventory is taken care of. The total deposit, the total deposit is taken care of in terms of the inventory. Everything is accounted for. Whereas in JORC, they will only consider the reserves and the resources. There are other material which are known, but which cannot be economically viable. They are not reported under under JORC or any other CRISCO template. So UNFC, the advantage of UNFC is the total inventory, the total material. Even though we are not calling it a deposit, we want to know what kind of projects will come out of it. And if anything is left out, that will be additional quantities in place. Thank you.
However, if you look at the mineral deposits of any European country, the databases of Norway, Sweden, Finland, for example, you will find perhaps 80% of the dots on the maps, they represent localities where you have an enrichment of something above normal values and no more information, very little other information. So they are very difficult to classify. However, their importance is great because they identify areas where you have geological processes that have made this enrichment and where new deposits can be at a larger depth, for example. And that is why there will be a large number of dots on the maps where it will be very difficult to put an accurate UNFC number system because you lack information. That is my statement, and I will have someone explain to me if I am wrong in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're running out of time. I think we have time for... yes, I think we have time for a quick last comment from Sigurd.
Thank you, and thank you for a good presentation and an excellent discussion. My point was on the G-axis. You said G3, and this is the metrics, of course. And do you think there is a certain number, so you can give only one number, or should you have given a range of G1 to G3, knowing that the conditionality for production is expressed on the E and the F axis? You're way down in the right corner, so you know this is not coming tomorrow. But would you like to express that there may be a range, and the upside on that range is particularly interesting?
Actually, I would like to have G4. For those examples which also Howard have mentioned, like for localities, for maybe there is some potential future, but they're not investigated. So there is, we have anomaly there, but no enough data. And maybe then it will be easier to classify it with G3 localities which have data, enough data, like that we have decent geological knowledge, but we don't have, for example, systematic drilling there.
We'll never be sure. So
true.
It's a matter of applying your best judgment on what the range is.
Also to avoid subjective interpretation. That is very important that when we work when we classify our deposit, that is involved the team, so that we can avoid subjective interpretation. So that can be a big danger to have subjective interpretation, and then that if we have that different classifications in different countries. So that is very important that we cooperate and work together and to work on this harmonization.
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. We have to move on, but please keep in mind that we'll have coffee break later on, a cocktail reception this evening where you can resume this very interesting discussion. Now, we will hear Erika Ingvald, presenting the REMAP project. Erika is head of division at the Mineral and Information and Mining in the Industry division at the Geological Survey of Sweden. Erika was part of the team that developed the Nordic guidance to UNFC, and she has been the vice chair of the bureau since 2018. And right now, she's supporting the government with the CRM Act negotiations during the Swedish presidency of the European Union. So please, Erika, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Guillaume, and thanks to Stig-Morten for sharing us today. And of course, to Charlotte and Harry and their team for all the work you've done to preparing this week and this session. And I also want to thank my co-workers, Lena, Ronald, Magnus, and Jonathan. And Ronald is here, so you can talk to him later as well. He'll give a presentation tomorrow. So a couple of years ago, the Geological Survey of Sweden made a case study on rare earth projects in Sweden. I think we had a little portfolio of 3 projects, where one of them was this one. And what we did in that case study, it was under the umbrella of GeoERA and Intel for EU, as for your project. And what we wanted to do with those case studies was to test if it's possible to do UNFC classification on public information. The information that we have at the survey and that is publicly available. And I think maybe we picked the right projects, but I think we were quite successful in doing that work. So this project, the LKAB REMAP project at the time, was a project to find out whether you can extract rare REEs from the waste of a running iron ore mine up in the north. Yes, and also at the time, this mine had been running for over 100 years, and it had secured its ore base for more than 40 years to come. And they publicly announced that they could cover 30% of Europe's RE need if they were successful with this project. This is part of a total industrial makeover for this state-owned mining company. What they saw at the time was permitting challenges for the apatite works that were planned on the mining sites where the environmental permits are under revision. They also wanted to take, apart from REEs, they wanted to take out phosphorus to make a mineral fertilizer from the falling mining waste. And this would involve processes that each of themselves were tested, but never in a sort of inclusive way. So they needed to do a lot of development to make this work as well. And I think, so this was from that report in 2020. And I think this case study is published on the EGRM website, UNECE website. So what we came up with at the time was a classification of E2 due to the permitting system, F21 due to the situation with the technology that they hadn't completely solved all the challenges in how to get this work together. And also we used G1 to 3, 4 because there was a lot of very well-known information, and then in falling scale, more information. So that's what we did at the time. And I think that this reflected at the time very well the situation then. And what you see on the slide here is a part of a database that we've built at the survey over the last year. We got a commission from the government to build a database for secondary resources in this context, meaning mine waste. But we figured out that it's good if we can build it so that it works for primary resources as well. So this is the first time we show it outside the building. And it's only available for us in-house now, but we have some plans to make it available outside as well. So here you can see what we did. We made it possible to put in the EF and Gs that we decided on, and then we made this program draw the box in the UNFC cube. And so what we did here, because we had picked from G1 to G4, you can see the entire, we made not squares, but we made a rectangular box. And we also used a matrix for the numbers. And so far, we've only put in the metrics for the resources. So you have the E and the F axis like this, and then you put the numbers, so the G information in the cells there. So that was in 2020. And then in January this year, the Swedish presidency started, and LKAB has done a lot of work over the 2 years, or 3 years soon, since we did this classification. And they had an announcement on the first event of the presidency to tell what they have done and how much they have achieved since. For one thing, they have identified, they have got a lot more information out of an ore body that has been known, but it hasn't been as well known, the BRGM. And thanks to this finding and all the work that the company did on define the resources, this is now the largest REE deposit within the EU. And also the company have done a PERC report. That was something that they worked on in 2020, but now they've finalized that. And as I said, the idea is for them to take, as of now, take those REEs and phosphor and so on as a byproduct from the falling mine waste. And the BRGM is not to be developed. It's going to take some time to develop that, but it's there, and they know it, and they can start the work with exploring that. What more? They have also, the map you see there, you have Kiruna as the little dot up in the north. And then you have, if you go down to the sea, to Bottenviken, you will find a city called Luleå. That's where the idea is to put the industry park, because up at the mine site, they will put the apatite works to take out the apatite from the waste, if you like. And then they transport it to Luleå as a concentrate. So the REOs will be produced in Kiruna. And floor and gypsum will be separated there. What they also have done is to invest in a Norwegian company with technique to separate the REs. And with up to 90% less CO2 emission compared to established techniques. And they plan to start this in 2024. They have the investment plan in place. The permits are not in place yet, but they're working on that. And as I said, falling tailings will be used. In Sweden, with the regulation on how to use mine waste is not really clear. And the survey has been working on that together with the EPA, but we are not done. We haven't reached any proper results, so we couldn't suggest some kind of legislation to the government yet. So all the old waste, the historic waste, if you like, is not up for discussion yet, but maybe in the future. Also, the idea here is to use pyrite from a nearby copper mine that another company runs, Boliden, to produce fossil-free sulfuric acid that they can use to separate the REs from apatite. And with this technology jump that LKAB made over those last 3 years, we reclassified it as everything is similar to 2020 apart from the F-axis, where we put it at F12. And now you can see on the slide there on the picture, you can see like 2 lines. So this means we published the old classification that we did, but now we have published a new one, and we can look at all of those and we can take out things so we can compare them in this database. And let me see now. So on this slide, you can see the new numbers for this new classification, F12. It's very small numbers, but you on the slide, but you will get the presentation afterwards so you can look at it. And what we also did in this database was that we made, so this is where you can see that you can compare the REs, I think is on this slide. But we have also made room for the different commodities. If you have a multi-metal deposit, then you want to put in numbers for all of your elements that you have in this deposit. Sigurd and I, we usually say that we use the entire periodic system, so we must make space for it, you know, and we need to mine it as well. And last but not least, am I on time?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, you are.
Oh, I'm so happy about that. So on this, thank you. So on this slide, you also can see the first picture there. You can see the first cube that how we classified it in 2020. And on the second slide, you can see that we added the cube for 2023 now then. And hopefully we will see this cube move through the UNFC space and in the end produce enough both fertilizers and REs to help Europe with maybe we can kick RE off the critical list. That would be something. Well, now I've shown you this case study. In Brussels last year, Slavko, you gave me 15 minutes for 5 case studies. So I think this was better. This was easier. Anyways, so Sweden is quite well endowed with geologically with critical and strategical deposits, as are the Nordic countries, of course. And we have long traditions as a mining country, and it's our pleasure to contribute to the global needs of raw materials, and especially to all the work that is done here in the EGRM and with the UNFC. We think it's really important. So yeah, I think I stopped there.
Thank you very much, Erika. I like very much this way of visualizing the evolution of a project. Well, actually, I was going to ask you a question that was what is the how the acquisition of new data on the Per Geyser deposit impacted the classification, but actually you have answered that question before I had a chance to ask it. So thank you very much.
So I think the numbers here with the finding of the Per Geyser deposit, the amount of REEs in the ground for LKAB was doubled, more or less.
Yeah, more or less, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of quick questions in the room. Is there any question? Yes.
Can you hear? Yeah, just want to know, are you applying the same classification to all three? Because in this case, you're talking of iron ore with byproducts, and in the case of the rare earths, there'd be heavy and light rare earths. I mean, are you just applying one code for all of the commodities, or are you? Is there any way that you're trying to distinguish those?
Actually, we skipped thinking about the iron ore because it's already up and running, and it's sort of an 111 in the UNFC system. And it's not new because, you know, so we focused on the new stuff. And I think because the idea of the company is to extract and produce those different commodities parallelly, we can do it as one project. Of course, we could separate them if we wanted to. We could also, I think Harry made an experiment, if it was last year, to also add on energy, what's it called? Energy supply to the project and so on. So you can play around with this. I really appreciate Håvard's comment on that this is project-based, but it's you who define what the project is about and what you want to include. So I think the important thing is to, when you do your classification, that you're very transparent with what you include in your project and in your case study, if you like, and in your classification, so that it's easy for the ones who are looking more into the details, more than what you can see in the cube, to follow your thinking and what you included there.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Right. Now, I noted that TMAC has applied the classifications. I'm just wondering now how the government and the companies actually utilize those classifications. For example, when it comes to the project feasibilities, when company have different kind of views in terms of looking at the project feasibilities, whether the government in terms of approval side might be different. How do you actually communicate, or how do you actually come up with the same view between the government and the company?
That's always a tricky question, of course, but I think whatever mining project you want to start and run, it's quite a process through the permitting in Sweden, at least. So it's a lot of input from the company on and information on what they want to do and how they're going to do it in terms of environmental protection, the social work, the social relations, and so on. So once a company has all its permit to start mining in Sweden, I would say that, and you have a lot of communication with the local communities and so on, and that's included in the law nowadays. So once you have your permits, you have reached an agreement on what this is and how it's going to be worked, basically.
Thank you very much. Last quick question.
Hello, hope you can hear me. My name is James Echau from Uganda. I work with the Petroleum Authority. I question, based on your experience, at what point do you focus on the deposit before you look at, for instance, detailed project feasibility? I'll give an example. In the commodity industry, sometimes we first focus on whether we have sufficient deposit, and then we are able now to attract maybe a big company to look at maybe engineering design, facilities. So, but from what you've explained, it looks like you look at the entire spectrum. So how do you balance, especially if I give an example where we come from, you first focus on whether you have sufficient deposit, and then now you look at how to bring the project on stream. So what has been your experience in creating those stage gates in the project? Thank you.
So what we do, the logics in Sweden on how we create investments in mining is that the Geological Survey is doing mapping in areas. So we have been doing this for more than 150 years. So we have quite good knowledge on the geology, but with new knowledge and new methods, of course, we need to remap stuff. So we do that continuously. And with the data that we publish and the reports that we publish, we attract interest from the industry, from the exploration industry, to go and do the real exploration and find the real numbers. So it's actually their job. So we want to attract CapEx for exploration to Sweden. And that's the sort of part of what we can do at the survey. We can't force anyone to come with their money, but we can show them that we have good geology, we have good infrastructure, we're fairly stable politically, and so on. We have good energy mix and so on. So that's what we can communicate. And then we can communicate our geological information. And hopefully companies want to invest and explore. And it's then the companies who build the project and build the portfolio. And if the company is listed on a stock market, they will have this Cirisco reporting. And we can look at that to do UNFC classification, so that the government can know what kind of endowment we have and how far it's gone. But I think in the future that the UNFC reporting system or classification system will be important in Europe also for the industry, because it's part of the Critical Raw Materials Act. But I would guess, I don't know, but I would guess that they would do it in a similar way that we do it, by bridging.
Thank you very much. We have to move on. I know there are a few questions online, but well, we'll have to move on now. So we keep these questions for the end of the session, and we will try to summarize these questions before we break up for coffee break. But for the time being, we have to move to the next presentation that will be done by Leanne Verhulst on the UNFC evaluation of French projects. Leanne Verhulst holds an engineer degree in geology and a master degree in economy. She now works for BRGM, the French Geological Survey, as mineral intelligence analyst. And she shares her activity between the OFRIMI, the French Observatory for Critical Materials, and the development of the UNFC and the use of UNFC in France, especially through the GSEU project. So please, Leanne.
Thank you, Guillaume. I'm really glad to be here to present you the UNFC evaluation of critical raw materials projects in France. I need it. Never mind. So let me introduce you the French context. France is not a mining country. We don't have active mine since the 90s, with the exemption of bauxite, industrial minerals, gold in Guyana, and nickel cobalt in New Caledonia. We face some issues on data because we don't have standardized data for resources classification. We actually have legislative frameworks thanks to an environment code for industrial minerals and a mining code for metals, but it is not mandatory to classify reserves and resources using reporting systems such as Crisco, Urk, or York. So in our national database, we have terms such as measured, estimated, etc., but without consistency with standards. Talking about data, here you have our data sources. We mostly use the Mineral Resource National Database for primary and mining waste, which is the property of the BRGM, the French Geological Survey. And we also use the Mineral Cadastre, which is the responsibility of the Environment Ministry. And of course, we use public data from mining companies. And I insist on the fact that it is public data. Now the European context. The DG GROW requested us to map critical raw materials projects with UNFC. And we heard it this morning. We have the EGRM Act, which was published in 2023, which insists on strategic projects, national exploration programs, and database, which should be reported with UNFC. So, few words about our methodology. We use a classification. We use methodology using decision trees. We based our work on Tombai's decision trees, and we adapted it to take into account the French mining legislative framework. We chose this method to facilitate objectivity and replicability of the evaluations, and to improve empirically the methodology by iteration as projects are classified. So here you have an example of the E-axis decision tree. I won't go into details, but it is just to give you an overview of our work. Here you have the F-axis and then the G-axis. The selected projects. We divided the projects we studied in 5 categories. The first one deals with projects under exploitation. We have 2 bauxite mines, quarries of silicon, of dolomite, and cobalt in New Caledonia. We also have projects exploration ongoing, especially for lithium and tungsten. And we have many old or inactive projects, for example, with antimony, tungsten, fluorine, or molybdenum. We also have secondary resources with active industrial byproducts production and recycling. Thanks to We Recyclers, we also produce hafnium from zirconium production and indium from zinc industrial production. And finally, we have recycling projects in industrial upscaling with batteries and we. So let me introduce you an example of primary resources project classification. Here you have the case of Beauvoir in Échassières, which is a lithium mine project. This is a project in exploration phase located in the massive central region. And all the evaluation is based on Imerys ceramics public information. So about the E-axis, the lithium mine project is in a kaolin quarry under exploitation. And especially for the lithium mine, on the environmental point of view, there is a first ecologic diagnostic which has been done, but additional impact assessments and diagnostics are required prior exploitation. The project is an underground mine to avoid landscape impacts. So on the economic point of view, everybody knows that there is an increasing and high lithium demand for batteries in coming years. And the expected lithium production cost for this project is expected to be competitive with the European lithium market. And we have first estimations of economic costs. On the social point of view, the mine project expects to be aligned with IRMA standard, and it is in an exploited quarry, so it assumes a better acceptability than if the project had been in an area without mining culture. Then, for the technical feasibility, we had first assessments in the 80s. But presently, Imerys has led technical assessment and engineering, and we have extraction of lithium at pilot scale. So the project is expected to be potentially viable in the future as the pre-feasibility phase is done. And then for the geological knowledge axis, we have historical data. But Imerys communicated in 2022 global classification for resources as inferred due to the complexity of the deposit in depth. So we decided to take into account only this classification, and thanks to the branching documents, it corresponds to a G3 rank. Because we need additional data, there are many uncertainties, so the project is potentially viable in the future or not, so it's a G3. Globally, here you have an overview of our results. We classified finally 44 projects for primary, but also secondary resources, and all the projects range from non-viable to producing, but as you can see, there are 21 projects non-viable and only 13 viable or potentially viable in the future. So here you have our many takeaway messages. UNFC is a simplified multi-criteria project approach. So it allows you to evaluate CRM supplies and not only deposits. We need a harmonization to facilitate international coordination. But UNFC allows you to classify any type of project from primary to secondary resources with different technologies, various cost structures, etc. Now, for the French case, as I said before, we have active but mainly inactive projects because we have a lot of old mines and projects never achieved. We need to regularly revise the classification of projects as they progress, and we have strong needs concerning data. We need transparency between producing companies and geological surveys, and I really want to insist on it. We need to assess the reliability of data from old reports, and we need harmonization in our historical database of the classification terms. And I just want to raise one point on the complex case of lithium in geothermal brines. Due to the induced seismicity, the technology barriers, the evaluation of the reservoir size, etc. And then a few words about UNFC and secondary raw materials. It's quite easy for ongoing projects such as recyclers, to classify the project, but it's really difficult to assess GF axes as they are sometimes interdependent. And for mining waste, we integrate data from environmental monitor thanks to Futurum projects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leanne. I think the Beauvoir project is a good example. I was wondering, you've mentioned that you have used public information to do your evaluation. Did you have a chance to discuss the evaluation with EGRM, and that because that raises the question of access to confidential information?
We don't have discussed it yet with EGRM, but it is in our scope of work because, as I said before, we really need to work closely with producing companies to have reliable evaluation. So we need confidentiality agreements, etc. So it's a point to discuss in this session.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions in the room. Yes.
Julian Hilton, Aleph Group, can you hear me? I've got the microphone on, can you hear? Yeah, okay. It's more of two comments than trends, but it also affects what Erica and both you've been saying. Number one, it's becoming very clear that the minerals sector is reporting largely on polymetallic deposits or polymineral deposits. In other words, one of the propositions that gave rise to UNRMS was that the single project focus wasn't adequate to deliver the SDGs. If you wanted to deliver a balanced, integrated resource management system, these issues that you're raising now are exactly why we arrived at that insight. And that's the first time we've had such a concentration of mineral presentations in the EGRMs that I've attended since 2010. The second observation, which I'd be interested in your comments on, is that it may be also a feature of the difference between mineral projects and hydrocarbon fossil fuel projects, is that they tend to be single resource focused because they're by definition, at least geologically within our time, linear. Whereas what we're seeing now, and I think Ulrich set the tone for this morning, we're now entering a world where the inherent nature of the minerals sector is it is recyclable, even with the comment made from the floor that could be leading to conflicts of interest to be explored. But I'd be interested in your thoughts on that, because it's also a pivotal shift that I begin to detect to do with the nature of criticality, that as we do the energy transition, criticality has moved from a single project, single resource focus, to a multiple circular economy process. And that appears to be an empirical observation that is reflected in the nature and caliber of these presentations. My other comment, having sat through many presentations over many years, is that the quality of transparency and detail that you're all prepared to offer is quite different from what we've tended to hear in the past. There is much less reticence about transparent reporting than we've heard in previous presentations, which is very welcome. And a good sign, it seems to me, that by globalizing this standard, the other aspect, soft aspects of governance, trackability, traceability, and openness to social engagement and comment is beginning to be the decisive difference, which people have asked me a lot even this week. What's the difference between this system and others? I think what we're beginning to see is, well, exactly the answer to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting these points. Would you like to react on this? No.
I can just say that I agree with your observation that we're moving towards more transparency. We're moving towards projects where the companies are using all the parts of the cow, if you like, because somewhere that's more clever and more feasible. So I think your observations are the same as I've done. Maybe others too.
I just want to add a point. I think that companies now they better understand that it could be a win-win game, and we have different point of views, and they should and have to be complementary.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Technical question, you mentioned that your range of costs, but you also mentioned the fact that you worked from your available public data. So how confident are you that those figures you've got are reliable? And second part of the question, from your experience, how often do you think it is necessary to update this your cost estimate based on environment?
As you said, it's public data. So we use this data with precautions, and that's why I didn't go into details for the E2 rank, because we need additional information to know if it's E2, 1, E2, 3, E2, 5, to go into details. And about the need to review regularly the projects, I think it depends of the project, and it depends of the stage of your project. If it's a prospect project and you don't feel that there is a big tension on it, maybe you should do the work again, maybe 1 year later. But on the EGRM project, it's day after day look.
Thank you very much. We have to move on with the last presentation of this session. The last presentation would be on the UNFC using National Minerals Inventory of Finland by Janne Hokka. Janne Hokka is a senior specialist holding the European geologist title at the Geological Survey of Finland, GTK. Since 2016, he has acted as the leading technical specialist in UNFC classification for minerals in GTK. And in 2022, he was the primary reviewer for the UNFC guidance for Europe. We've heard him this morning. Currently, he's a member of the Minerals Working Group and of the UNFC network of practitioners in Europe. Janne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Guillaume. Guillaume, maybe I pronounced it right, hopefully. This is actually very interesting. I've been really all the time putting my hands up, but then I better say when I'm on the stand here, I will point out some details on what is a historic project. I will also say that it's very important that a public servant, as a geological survey is, we shouldn't go into the territory of saying what is potentially viable and what is viable. It is the operator, it's the company's territory to decide what is reasonable prospects for eventual economic extraction, as the CRISCO reporting is defining it, or what is environmental, economically viable in foreseeable future. That's the operator's decision. Otherwise, we communicate this wrong. Basically, we as a survey, as a third party, we cannot say that if an operator is doing a viable, something is viable or not. But anyway, as Slavko was already putting those classification, which country goes in where, I have to highlight that Finland does not have a mandatory national reporting system. Entities, so mineral companies, they can use any internationally recognized standard. It is only that the annual reporting to the central database, which is then governed by National Mineral Mining Authority, is mandatory. GTK is not a mining authority. GTK is the one that maintains the deposit databases, for example, for the purpose for mineral inventories, which then can be communicated and reported down to the EU Commission for critical raw materials. So that's a forward. In 2020, 2021, GTK integrated the UNFC as part of its mineral deposit database structure and aggregated all mineral resources under UNFC. The task included training of key experts and publishing a guidance document on mapping the current and historic mineral inventories according to the UNFC guidelines. The main idea was that it needs to be coherent, transparent, and the mapping so that it's not dependent on experts only. So one expert to another expert end up with same classification. It also needs to be visible and transparent so that we have an audit trail, so that when we do a mapping, we can always go back and see the primary classification code, what was used by the company in the first place. So we're not losing resolution or information either. So what data we are collecting? So we consider everything against active and non-active projects. Active project is where a mineral company holds a mineral project or a mineral property. Non-active would be a company, a project would be where there is no project really. There is no company evaluated or developing a property. There is no permitting in place. And in that, there is no environmental or E aspects risks either, because it's only a mineralization, in situ mineralization with no prospects or development whatsoever. So we're collecting all information from active and non-active projects, viable, potentially viable, and non-viables. The non-viables would be here closed and historic mines and old historic estimates. The data includes status, ownership, exploration history, geology, resource and reserves information, production figures, and classification. The database structure is Oracle database, inspiring compliant geospatial database, which includes always references to the source information. GTK uses UNFC also for in-house reporting of mineral potential projects. These would be the exploration projects where GTK is doing drilling and assessing potential resources and potential mineral potential to different stakeholders, to the society and companies. In future, also the database structure will include secondary raw materials, extracted waste, tailings, and waste rocks. So we published this guidance, and it's in public domain. It's a public report that can be downloaded. The idea was that this report provides a tool for experts, the evaluators, so qualified experts, to conduct consistent and coherent mapping of resource inventories within the UNFC 2019. It also provides a criteria of classification of various commodities through a variety of case studies from active and non-active projects, and also a criteria for applying UNFC directly for internal reporting, these so-called exploration target estimates, what we use. Because we, as a survey, we cannot use critical style reporting. We cannot act as a competent person, and we also cannot put us in a position to evaluate the reasonable prospects for eventual economic extractions, because we are a survey, we are not a mining company. We also have done estimates on historic deposits. So GTK has remodeled several historical non-active. So again, there is no project there at the moment. But there is a recognized ore potential in the area. And it's all based on existing geological and mining data, historic mining data. We use this sort of modeling mainly based on we use them primarily as used with mineral system research. So we look at different alterations, vector to ore, and we do A1 publications for them for scientific articles. But also these could be serving as part of the national inventories under UNFC. So in many cases, there might be mine closure during the time with changing conditions where commodity price or for technical reasons, the mine has to go down and might close the doors, regardless of remaining ore on the ground. It must be considered also when we do these estimates, do we classify them or do we reevaluate them and make a new estimate? But anyway, everything that is mined doesn't go into UNFC. It's already mined. But what goes into, we can sort of indicate the ore potential and giving it a figure like E3.3, F2.3, and G3 or G4 with the G-axis confidence. But this is the potential that we can communicate of ore potential. So, but it needs to be clearly understood that these are not 223s. These are not intervening with the bridging documents. What the company and looking at those, what could be potentially viable? Because we as a survey cannot do that. It's the companies who evaluate the deposits for their economic purposes. Here is the mineral database as it look at the moment. So we currently there is 3 types of resource reserves estimate information in our databases. One, we have the non-compliant. So there is this Outokumpu, it's an old state-owned company that did a lot of estimates during 50s to 90s. And then GTK did a lot of estimates as well during the good old times when we did a lot of more drilling at what we do now. But these are non-compliant estimates. Then we have the Crisco style reporting, which includes the company's estimates. Mainly it's the chalk code that's being used, then a little bit on PERC standard. Some companies use PERC standard, and then KIM guidelines, the NI 43101. So these are easy bridging using the bridging document. And then we have UNFC resource estimates, these sort of non-compliant or non-active projects that GTK reclassifies to look at certain issues. So the idea here is that, as you can see, the gray area is the most prevalent. So we have most of them are non-compliant resources. Then the yellow pie or the yellow section here are the ones with has some particular changing environment, like a mine closure, and we know that there is remaining tonnages left on the ground, so we can use and downgrade some of the 223s into different condition, but out of the resource base down to the prospective maturity, because we need to follow also how the changes, conditions change, and there comes always the information typically from the operator. Here we have an example how the information goes. So we have basically automized the process. So information about resources and reserves, what companies reporting, are stored in 3 tables, ore measure header, ore measure, and commodity measure. And we use this sort of FME software to automatically run these classification through and the conversion is basically automated fully. So all the data that comes from the public source, when the company publishes out the public report, we automatically have that data processed into the UNFC categories as such. So all the resources goes into following the bridging document. Reserve space goes into 111, 112, and the resources goes down to 221, 222, 223 as it stands. Then the non-viables typically goes as a default value as 334s. Then the bottom there is the UNFC reclassification that goes depending on the conditions change, what has happened. And then we manually, technical experts are manually going through each project and manually doing the remapping on UNFC. But the main idea is that we follow the bridging document, because the public companies, they might not be all public, they might be also private companies, but all the operators are the ones in Finland that push up forward a project. It's never a survey or other party, it's always a company. So we need to follow what is publicly available, and that information stands. Here is an example of cobalt. What can we do after we do an aggregation, basically? So as we can see there, we have the viables, so more or less the 111, 112s, potentially viables from 221 to 223, and a prospective project from starting from E3 and F3s usually. And we can aggregate this. We can put this and communicate then, for instance, to the Commission, what are the total commodity endowments, for instance, for cobalt, showing the different levels of classification in respect to the project maturity levels. This is actually what we have done. We are not intervening with the company data, that's one. Also, we are not doing forecast. UNFC is a classification tool and we should use it as such. It's not a forecasting tool. And we should remember that we communicate the current situation and now if the user is a commission, that's what that data is needed. And then we can produce different forecasts based on that data. But this is the baseline study that we need to do in different member states. And it's important to do this similar way. If one country is doing this differently to other country, this whole exercise is waste of resources, it's waste of time. And I don't really think that we have opportunity to do this twice. We really have to do this coherently and consistent manner, which really then adds value to the decision makers. We, GTK, fully support integrated sustainable resource management and foresees the benefits of using a single system, either the UNFC or UNRMS. To achieve this, Europe needs systematic, centralized data collection of raw materials information and national harmonization to UNFC. It needs coherent, consistent classification of primary, secondary raw materials projects. It needs operational network for monitoring and sharing critical raw materials information. But moreover, it needs cooperation and synergy across the entire European Union. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Janne. Your conclusion is very much in line with the GSEU project in which GTK is a very important partner. Thank you very much. We are running over time. Do we anyway have time for a few questions?
Thank you. There's a question online. I think it would be quite nice to take a question online, and there's also a written question from Bukash. Can we try and give the floor to Luciana Contador, please? And we'll all need to put our earpieces on. If you could kindly unmute Luciana, please.
Madam Contador, please accept my invitation.
While we're waiting to do that, why don't I share the question from Radislav Bukash. So companies during the mining and processing of ore, e.g. polymetallic deposits, where critical raw materials are also recorded in accordance with their own operations and laws, do not publicly publish data on critical raw materials and do not submit them to governments for records. How can they now be validly assessed and recorded on the National Register? Do you have any experience in this matter if there is no separate procedure for critical mineral raw materials at the national level? That was a long question.
But understood the question, but in many European member states, they have the national reporting systems that the mining law actually says that you have to report it under. So even though it's a company that uses a CRISCO-based reporting system, they still have to do a double reporting and do the reporting under the national, by the national mining law and the national standard. In these cases, many times the information is very well accounted for, but it's not in a public domain. So the idea is maybe not to sort of, we don't have to put everything in a public domain. And if we only see some of the information as a data gap, it's of course a challenge. But the thing is that if we can use UNFC as a reporting system to the Commission as such, as a parallel system, it's very effective and it adds value a lot, because there's a big difference what the commercial companies and entities are collecting. It's about the investors, how to communicate the project assets to the investors and public domain. But the national inventories is a long-term view on sustainable resource management as such. So it's a bit different. But really, yeah. So that's, I didn't actually maybe understand the question really. That's yep.
I think Luciana, we're having difficulties to unmute you, so I think there are some questions in the room. I think we've got time for one more from Milan.
Yes, Milan.
Janne, very short question. In one of the slides you showed this roughly 70% non-compliant projects, right? What do you want to do with them? And how you classify them and if there are some potentially commercial projects or commercial projects inside, what are these non-compliant ones?
The non-compliance are where there is no active data holder. So the sort of dream to come true would be that it's recognized that they are the or potential sort of projects that we can communicate that there is in situ mineralization there, but there needs some operator to actually look at the viability of these. So in an ideal situation, some of these large in situ mineralization would be then become active as a new holder or new mineral company comes and starts assessing these and how they can develop the project forward. Either it might be the problem might be the F-axis, the technology of extracting these minerals as a processing or metallurgical framework, or it might be E-axis. There might be some problems on ESGs or social license to operate. But these basically are mainly like 334s, and then they change accordingly when a company starts looking at these projects. But to that some extent, we cannot do basically anything more with them because they are based on historic data. So they might be drilled sometimes in 1970s, 60s with totally different conditions. They with certain information on G-axis exist, of course, but the conditions, how the company at that time when the evaluation was made, did the conditions with the certain commodity price at that time, and so the framework is different. So now when the new company comes in, they can use that data and they can recognize that that exists, and we clearly can still communicate that project maturity and clearly indicate that there is some potential for, and use that as part of the aggregation, mineral endowment aggregation of a national level. But that certainly these low numbers or high uncertainty numbers are important because they already indicate the potential. In Crisco-based systems, nobody could really report them because they would be forward-looking statements to the investors, and nobody wants to give false to the investors. But we, as a UNFC national inventories, we can use the good data and use that as a communication. So that's why it's important.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we have to stop this session here for now. We will break up if we want to have a chance to grab a cup of coffee. I would like to thank you all very much for your comments and questions. And before I leave the final word to Stig-Morten, I would like to thank all the speakers. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation.
And I would also like to thank the moderator, so I give him a hand as well. We're going to have a break. We're going to reconvene at in 10 minutes, actually. Yep, sorry that we are being too eager, but in 10 minutes, 10 past half or 22, please be back again then. Thank you. Take your seats, everyone. The moderator for this last part today will be Robert Thomas, which is with the European Commission, and I give the word to you, Robert, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. This is the last session, as it was said. We have a nice lineup of speakers and distinguished guests. The last session is actually divided into two parts. The first part is there will be 3 presentations of the GSEU Horizon Europe projects. And then after that, we will have a presentation of the real application of UNFC classification to the industrial commercial projects in Europe, developed, collected, assessed by the European Raw Materials Alliance. So we have these two, I would say, parts of the session. So I will start now with the first presentation that will be given by Guillaume Bertrand. I think he's been on the podium since the morning, but let me, in any way, it's a courtesy, so let me give you a little bit of his CV. So he holds a PhD in geology from University of Paris. He works for BRGM. He is a senior geologist and head of geology of Mineral Resources Unit at BRGM. He also a member of Eurogeo Surveys Mineral Expert Group, and he is a coordinator of the Mineral Resources Work Package of the GSEU Geological Service for Europe projects. And this is the topic of his talk. So, Guillaume, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Robert. Well, I take this opportunity to stand up and stretch my leg a little bit because we are sitting for the whole day. Thank you very much. This afternoon in this session, I'm doing the easy job. The easy job is that I will make a short presentation, a general presentation of the GSEU project. And then my colleagues, Snežana Miletić and Zoltan Horvat, will present in more details the tasks of that project and work package on mineral resources dedicated to the International Center of Excellence and the use of UNFC. So my presentation is a general overview, a global overview of the GSEU Geological Service for Europe project and a general presentation of one work package that is dedicated to mineral resources. Okay, why GSEU? Why that project? As I said this morning, earlier today, we are facing a rapid succession of crises. And this crisis, they highlight our vulnerabilities, especially those linked to our natural resources, the exposition to natural risks, etc., etc. And to mitigate this crisis, we need lots of geoscientific data, geoscientific information, and geoscientific expertise. And the fact is that the geology does not care about the political boundaries. Geology does not stop at the country boundaries. So I very much believe that the continental scale is the right scale to address these challenges we are facing today. What are the main objectives of GSEU? Well, I quote from the project proposal. The main general objective of this project is to establish a geological service for Europe, which would be a point of entry into a permanent collaborative network of European geological organizations with the long-term ambition to provide European institutions, enterprises, and citizens with up-to-date, high-quality information aggregated at the scale of the European Union about the Earth beneath our feet, which is largely out of sight, out of mind, even though it holds vital resources and may present us with a variety of hazards. This is, in my opinion, a good summary of why this project is for. GSEU is a 5-year project that started in September of last year. It's coordinated by Eurogeo Surveys, the Association of European Geological Surveys. It includes 50 partners, mainly European national geological organizations, with a total contribution from the European Commission of 24.4 million euros. Among other work packages, there are 5 technical, or data providing work packages, number 2 to 6, about geological mapping and modeling and geological data, coastal geology and wind farms, groundwater, geothermal energy, and work package 2, on which I will focus this presentation in slightly more details on raw materials. Work package 2 gathers 30 partners. It's organized in 4 tasks, EU contribution of 4.1 million euros, with the main objectives of re-evaluating the European potential in primary onshore and offshore CRMs and mining wastes, to develop the use of the UNFC classification system in mineral resources databases, and to develop, this point is, in my opinion, very important, to develop an international center of excellence on sustainable resources management, with for impact to strengthen the network of geological surveys in the domain of raw materials and mineral resources, sustainable management, and to contribute to the geological service for Europe by providing services and knowledge to help secure the European critical raw material supplies. Well, despite the important budget of this project, I mean, it's a 5-year project with many partners, many things to do. It's a challenging project. So we have to optimize the fundings. We have to benefit from relevant past projects, such as the EU-funded GEO-era raw materials projects that are now over. And we have to build synergies with ongoing projects or initiatives, such as FutureRAM, we've heard about FutureRAM, and other EU-funded projects. And this is also important to maximize the impact of the EU fundings. And also, because this project is coordinated by Eurogeo Surveys, we work in very close collaboration with the mineral resource expert group of Eurogeo Surveys. So to do that, the work package 2 on the mineral resources, on raw materials, is organized in 4 tasks. The first one, I will slightly detail them in the following slides. The first one is on primary and secondary European onshore CRM resources. The second one is on the European offshore CRM resources. The third one is on the setting up and development of this International Center of Excellence on Sustainable Resource Management. And the last one is on resource management using the UNFC. Okay. So the first task on EU primary and secondary onshore CRM resources, it's led by BRGM. And the main objective of this task is to fill the gap in the data on deposits and occurrences of critical raw materials, and the gap on information at the European level, and to re-evaluate the European resources on primary onshore critical raw materials and mining wastes, focusing on the European CRM for power generation and energy storage. The second task is on offshore European CRM resources. It's led by our colleagues from IGME CSIC, the Spanish Geological Survey. And the main objectives of this task is to assess Europe's offshore CRM resources, to improve the knowledge of underexplored areas and their resources, and to harmonize data sets and cartographic products. Also, as for task 2.1, also with a focus on the European CRM for power generation and energy storage. The third task will be presented in more detail by Snežana later on. This task is on the the implementation of the International Center of Excellence on Sustainable Resource Management. It's led by GSEU, the Geological Survey of Slovenia. And the objectives of this task is to develop, as I said, the European Center of Excellence on Sustainable Resource Management, to promote the deployment of the UNFC and UNRMS that would be embedded within the GSEU. And the impact that is expected from this task is to improve the sourcing of PRM and SRM in Europe by promoting and by building capacity in UNFC, UNRMS, and integrating information on the availability of natural resources, as well as building a strong EU-level expertise center on CRM. And the fourth and last task, but not least, of this work package in the GSEU project is the resource management using the UNFC. And this task is coordinated by the Geological Survey of Hungary. And Zoltán Horváth will make a more detailed presentation on this point later on. And the main objective of this task is to develop a joint methodology for using UNFC by all GSEU data providers, not only for mineral resources, but also for other natural resources. Application of UNFC for primary and secondary raw materials, serving data to the EGDI. EGDI is the European Geological Data Infrastructure. That's a web portal and digital infrastructure to store, process, and serve information. And the expected impact is an increased sourcing of primary and secondary CRM in Europe based on the proper methodology for using UNFC and appropriate fair data in UNFC system. So to conclude this short presentation, the important point is that the overall objective of GSEU is to establish a geological service for Europe, which will be a permanent collaborative network of European Geological Survey organizations. And in the present context, I mean, before the 16th of March, this geological service for Europe was important and very much needed, but it's even more in the context of the Critical Raw Material Act, because it will contribute in providing data and knowledge to help drawing up national programs for general exploration targeted at critical raw materials. It will contribute in bringing together national geological surveys in the subgroup of the European Critical Raw Material Board to contribute to the coordination of national exploration programs. It will contribute in compiling and harmonizing information on primary and secondary mineral resources in Europe and their classification with the UNFC. And it will contribute in developing and promoting expertise on sustainable resources management. And well, actually, I cannot go through all the lengths of the CRM Act, but it will certainly contribute to many points, and it will gladly be an active actor of the implementation of this act. I think that's it. Yes, it was my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, for your presentation. I think it was very clear and structured. Is there any question from the audience? We have time for one quick question. Maybe I would have a comment that you stressed correctly that there is a real expectation from the European Commission to deliver, especially once the Critical Raw Material Act proposal has been tabled. So, and we know that the project length is planned for 5 years. So my question is, are you willing to reshuffle a little bit the project planning in order to, respond to the needs that is actually now?
Well, I agree.
Okay, that's a very good news. Okay, so thank you very much once again, Guillaume. And we will move to the second presentation, which will be given by Snežana Miletic. The presentation will be about this International Center of Excellence for Sustainable Resource Management, of course, promoting UNFC and UNRMS. The presentation will be given by Snežana, and she is a geologist working at the Geological Survey of Slovenia on the mineral resource department. She graduated at the University of Ljubljana, studies there for a postgraduate degree PhD, applying analysis of natural stone in antiquity. She has been involved in many different EU projects on primary and secondary mineral resources. Snežana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon from my side also. I will be glad to present you our ongoing work on developing the International Center of Excellence in EU for Sustainable Resource Management. That's a task within a GSEU project, which has been presented by Guillaume earlier. So at the beginning, I will just shortly present the idea on International Center of Excellence, starting from Geological Service for Europe. So as you know, this is a project which has an aim to establish such service for Europe, and it should be this service should be based on 3 activities. First is joint research with EU policy impact. Second is to harmonize pan-European geological data. And the third is to share knowledge and capacities through the common infrastructure. And the integral part of this service for Europe should be EU International Center of Excellence on Sustainable Resource Management. So why should we do that? Why should we develop such center? Because of the need for more integrated, efficient, and sustainable use of mineral resources, and the need for orchestrated activities to harmonize data on mineral reserves and resources at EU level. And these needs should be somehow fulfilled within the capacity building and knowledge center in support to UNRMS. UNRMS was presented in detail earlier this morning, and we also saw some videos on it. These are actually sets of principles and requirements set by UNECE for sustainable resource management. And what should we do in such center? For what should it stand? First, we should promote capacity build on UNFC for mineral resources, primary and secondary. The center should support the UNRMS in line with the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development and its goal, of course. And it should be support policy on resource management at both national and EU level. So this center should be a collaborative network within GSEU. Looking at that picture, we should, the eyes have key partners. On one hand, UNECE, who set the requirements for ICE designation, and on the other hand, the European Commission, member states, and industry, who should be supported by activities of such ICE International Center of Excellence. Well, now, after this short background, I will just quickly show you the idea, how should we complement the work on developing of International Center of Excellence. There is a project, Geological Service for Europe, which has been presented, as I said, by Guillaume earlier. And we have this work package too, which address critical raw materials, International Center of Excellence, and United Nations framework classification. It's led by BRGM. And the main impacts of this package are, to repeat, to strengthen the network of geological service and mineral resource sustainable management, and to contribute to the Geological Service for Europe by providing services and knowledge to help secure EU's CRM supplies. And also, PP2 structure has 4 tasks which were mentioned before, but I will just show you where we in this task. So first task is EU primary and secondary onshore CRM resources. Second is EU offshore CRM resources. Third is EU International Center of Excellence, and the third is resource management using the UNFC. So this third task, I will say something about that. So our main task is to develop such center on sustainable resource management. Task, we have 21 partners in this task. It is led by the Geological Service of Slovenia, by Meta Dovnikar, and myself as a deputy. You see, we have partners from lots of geological survey organizations from Europe, and the main objectives and impacts of this task is, of course, to develop Center of Excellence and to improve sourcing of critical raw materials from primary and secondary resources in Europe. Our task of developing the ICE is first IA1, Organization, Work Plan and Management. Activity 2 is to establish and somehow maintenance of networks of partners, stakeholders and experts. Mentioning the network of experts, we actually see here the network of practitioners of Europe, of EGRM. The third activity is to capacity build and promote the UNFC and UNRMS. And the fourth is to set the IT platform, which will be in support to the ICE activities. And this should be actually incorporated into the European Geological Data Infrastructure, or as we say, EGDI. These activities are interconnected with other work packages in the project, but especially the tight synergies we have with task 2.4, which will be presented by Zoltan. I will just mention 2 points which are very common to our task as well, and where we see our co-workings. This is to develop a joint methodology for using UNFC and to increase sourcing of primary and secondary critical raw materials. And at the end, I'll just show you our work in progress. As we said this project started in September, and this is our first year, and the project is for 5 years. So actually, we are now in this initial phase. In this phase, we coordinate. We participated coordination meetings with European Commission, with UNECE, with project on UNFC, such as Futurum. We co-chair network of practitioners Europe. We prepared a questionnaire which should map the scene and set the basis for activities. And now we analyze its result. I will quickly show you a couple of results later. We are in a phase of creating the networks of stakeholders, networks of experts, and network of partners. We plan the UNFC capacity building and trainings, and our draft working plan is in preparation. And as I said, I will just show you now some of the VP2 questionnaire results, this questionnaire was filled in by our partners in the project, GSEU And one question which seemed very important to the task 2.3 is in your country, does it has a specific organization that is mandated to carry out research policy, including UNRMS? And as you see here, there is more than 50% responding yes. Second question was, do you have national regional strategy or resource policy on resource management? And as you see, more than 3/4 answered yes. And another question was, are there UNFC and sustainable resource policy in your country, in your country's legislation? And there is a big no, like more than 3/4. And the last question that I will present the results here is about the level of experience in resource policy planning and management, including UNRMS. And as you see, it's about in the middle, somewhere in the middle 2 or 3 level. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. As you saw earlier, there are also mailings. So if you have questions that you will have no time, you can also contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sniezmiana. It was a very nice presentation. It's a very important activity, this, setting up this kind of one place to get qualified information, helping European member states, to reach the common level of understanding and application of the UNFC and URMS. I think this is really very important. So I have a question myself. One, are you planning also to help member states with creating a simplified national guidance? How can they bridge if they have their national reporting system? How can they use it in UNFC, etc. So are you planning these national guidelines?
Thank you, Robert, for this question. I guess it's national guidance on UNFC. Okay, might ask Zoltan for that, because Zoltan is an expert here, and Zoltan is leading this task related to UNFC.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, I will refer on it. We are planning to compare the UNECE UNFC guidance for Europe with the national, regional methodologies, data sources, and based on this comparison, so we can take into consideration differences and similarities, but this might help member states, geological surveys, experts to use this UNECE UNFC guidance, and ICE, so the International Center of Excellence, will help us to provide, organize, and we will organize together proper meetings, forums, trainings to share experience and to use together UNFC guidance. So I think it will be a joint work. Yes, so it's planned.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience? Please.
Thank you, and thank you for a very interesting subject to discuss. I have done this in my distant past, and the angle was a bit different, and the components were a bit different. We had at the core of the activities executive education. If you want to harvest over 20 years, you have to educate a person. If you want to harvest in the fall, you plant potatoes. So that was at the core. It was a comprehensive executive education system aiming at resource management, but covering all the subjects, and going beyond resource management and classification, certainly, because the goals, as Milan will explain, is not classification, it is not resource management documents, it is getting the minerals and securing them. And for energy, of course, it's securing affordable and sustainable energy for all. And we need to use all the skills to do that. So executive education at the core, seminars, workshops, quick events to address current problems with everyone who is involved in that, gather them together and discuss it for a week, very powerful. But then to regenerate the intellectual capital, you need two more components. You need consultancy for your teachers to go and see how the results are being applied, and you need research to find out what the weaknesses are and how to strengthen them. So those four components was the lesson I took from my experience.
Thank you very much for this proposal, and we are aware of it. And we're also, this task is, as I said earlier, divided into four actions. And one of these is to search the best ways and best practice to train the trainers and to capacity build. So thank you again for that.
I think, Sigurd, you know, your expertise is really essential, so to be taken into account. And as we know, the knowledge of UNFC in the geological survey world, I think, is quite high. But we know that let's say the mining authorities or the ministries at individual member states, you know, this is where the gap is, and these people they need to know, you know, what is the benefit of using this system and how to apply it in a harmonized way. Any question? Last opportunity.
Hope you can hear me. I had put something in the chats. I wanted to inquire from your experience in Europe, have the traditional financial institutions like the banks embraced resource classification and reporting as a tool for advancing capital to projects? Because again, from our experience, the traditional financial institutions do not seem to appreciate project viability, especially for mining projects. They seem to be complex. So based on the European experience, do the traditional financial institutions embrace resource classification and probably use it as a tool to advance capital? Thank you.
Who would like to answer that question? I can try to answer. So this is, you are right that also in Europe the financial institutions are not using UNFC. However, they are after the for instance the environmental and social aspects, you know, of the mining activities, and this is a very strong push. So, you know, linking the use of UNFC in the Critical Raw Materials Act proposal is actually, you know, our push to you know, towards embracing this classification also in the financial spheres. So as we know, this classification is the only one that can present the result or the status of the environmental and social permitting and interactions.
Just
Massimo? Yep.
that's a very good question, and it's an issue that we face all the time. The reluctance of financial institutions to embrace mining projects in general, and their suspicion about any form of classifications. All I can say is that it doesn't apply to all of them. There are some financial institutions that are getting ready to finance mining projects. Of course, in Europe, it's a very conservative culture. If you go to other parts of the world, like Canada and Australia, it's a different story. I think that things are changing. We see a change, especially with the smaller institutions. Of course, the large ones, they have a lot more at stake. But as Robert mentioned, it's very important to give them some understanding of not only of the financial side, but also of the social and environmental viability of the project. Also because they very often they do not have internal expertise to make that kind of assessment. So they rely very heavily on expertise provided by government bodies that can vouch for certain projects. So you're right, but I think we are seeing a shift in that kind of behavior.
Thank you. That was a good question, but I wanted to just share a question that was posed online by Phanindra Patak. He was also trying to take the floor a few times this morning. So very sorry that we couldn't give you the floor, Phanindra. So his comment, there's more questions coming in, sorry. So his question was based on the Centre of Excellence and asking, could it in the future develop wider knowledge and dissemination program and extend its services beyond Europe? If you want to comment on that, my comment would be that actually we have a model to develop a network of international centres of excellence. So globally, so there's already one set up in Russia for the CIS countries. We'll be hearing from Ulysses on the one set up in Mexico for Latin America. We have the African Mineral Development Center that's working and helping to deploy the AMREC and Park that we heard about earlier, and we'll hear more about that from Tunde Arisicola. There's also interest in East and Southeast Asia. So there's a lot of interest, and also from China as well. And the goal of the model is to really connect all the centers together so that they can share experiences and learnings of both what works and what doesn't work, and what can be done better. So we'll be hearing about this more. So thank you. Thank you for the question. There's a few more come in, but I'm not sure that we've got time.
No.
Noting that some of the financial institutions, they actually, the way they look at the resource classification based on certain consultancy that will provide the certification for the resource or reserve for a certain project, or like, let's say in petroleum or minerals, any you can actually name it. And how this message from the UNFC, and especially we have the Center of Excellence, how this message being conveyed to those consultancy companies who actually issues the certifications that being accepted by the financial institutions as well as the companies.
Just thank you for your question. Now we spoke just shortly with a colleague about it, and it should be stakeholder consultations and such events, when we will invite stakeholders to discuss on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions and the answer. We have to move on now. So the next presentation will be by Zoltán Horvat, and he will summarize the planned UNFC activity within the projects. Also, he will give us a little bit on the results of this questionnaire that was mentioned. Zoltán is a mining officer and a group leader in the Department of Mineral Resources Inventory and Mining Revenue, Directorate of Mining Supervision of Hungary. He's a geologist and soil engineer. He represented the Eurogeo surveys in the UNECE EGRM Bureau for the last 4 years. He's a national focal point in Hungary also for the UNEA 512 resolution dealing with interaction between mining and environment. As a representative of Hungarian mining supervision, he's the member of the raw material supply group of the European Commission DG Grow expert group. He's been involved in many EU-funded projects on sustainable resource management, primary and secondary raw materials, data optimization, harmonization with UNFC. And now he's one of the key person in this new GSEU project. So Zoltán, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the UNFC activity in the GSEU project and present some preliminary results. In the UNFC task, basically there are 21 partners, but thanks to the VP leader Guillaume, additional partners were contacted to participate in the first questionnaire survey. So now almost all European geological surveys are working together on UNFC. Hereby, I would like to thank for all the 34 partners who provided information to the baseline assessment. The next step is, as I mentioned, the comparison of recently available national, regional UNFC methodologies or available data with the UNFC guidance for Europe. And if you have this comparison, it can be one of the first steps to have a real national guidance, because partners will compare recently available EU guidance, and it will be very useful, I guess. And as I mentioned, it is necessary to take into consideration national, regional differences, similarities. And if you have the skill to apply UNFC in a proper way, and we have a joint knowledge and this guidance very well known, fair, accessible, interoperable, reusable data will be prepared for data service to the European geodata infrastructure. Of course, including primary and secondary raw materials. Here I am talking about mining waste. Now I would like to provide some preliminary results on selected topics. Raw materials have a strategic importance almost in all European countries based on published strategies, on roadmaps for circularity, including resources, or regional resource management, or mineral policy statement, or other supporting strategies. And it is also very common that mining and other legislation regulate the resource management. UNFC is integrated into the legislation in 3 countries. More countries have legal prescriptions for primary data collection, and less countries have regulations for secondary raw material data collection. Data collection supported by legislation would facilitate the UNFC application, but it is not an exclusive solution, and we see that Critical Raw Material Act will strongly improve this data service and UNFC data management. In the Eurogeo Survey's Mineral Resource Expert Group, the declared UNFC activity history has almost 10 years. Taking into account many national, regional level projects, activities, international, many EU-funded project results, and the involvement of geological survey organizations in the UNECE EGRM activity, it can be stated that raw materials data provider organizations have UNFC experience almost in all European countries. There are countries with longer experience for UNFC activity, but other countries have also collected sufficient experience to develop the UNFC application. And of course, there are some pioneers too. Here I'm talking about solid minerals. The map shows UNFC related data availability. Geological survey organizations have data for G category, at least for potential. For E category, half of the partners have data and 25% of the partners have data for F category. Based on answers, in many cases of missing data, further data request is necessary from other authorities. These are mainly mining authorities. Searching on web can also be an option to replace missing data. And this is also an area of development. As previously Slavko presented, The picture of applied national and international standards show heterogeneity in 2022. In 6 countries, there is no classification or reporting system for mineral raw materials. National classification and reporting systems are dominant. More than 50% of geological surveys have internationally recognized competent or qualified persons or certified national experts who are considered, of course. On the other hand, all geologist experts who specialized for mineral resources can contribute to this UNFC data service. And as we discussed earlier, ICE training will help to improve skills and capacity. The message is that existing classification and reporting systems and available data need to be harmonized with UNFC. Let's see the methodology. On the first physical GSEU meeting in Slovenia and Ljubljana, partners discussed on 10 UNFC methodologies or on mapping results between national systems and UNFC. Practice and cases were discussed from Austria, Czechia, Finland, France, Hungary, Norway, Portugal, Slovenia, Sweden, United Kingdom. The UNFC in Ukraine is also considered. Partners use resource reserve data, the status of the exploration area or a mine, production data, and information on mining waste. Regarding data collection, we see that legally binding data collection is important, but voluntary or web search-based publicly available information can also be an option for data collection. A confidentiality may be a limiting factor, but resource and reserve data is not necessarily a requirement to identify a project in the UNFC. In most cases, centralized national database supports UNFC application, but data can be collected on project base, or a separated UNFC database can also be developed. There are some direct data service to European geodata infrastructure and to raw material information system as well. There are existing national and regional guidance documents or decision flows, and there are also some papers in progress. Different types of case studies were also discussed, from lithium to graphite, barite, and rare earth elements. Partners preliminarily have provided the number of projects that would be potential recourse to the UNFC data service in the later phase of the project. Preliminarily, the estimated number of active projects may exceed 1,900, while the volume of non-active projects may be more than 2,000. Mineral resource and IT experts are working together to develop a proper form of UNFC data service to the EGDI. Yes. As a summary, we are working on updating UNFC activity with the proper European coverage based on contributions from geological service organizations and from other authorities. The joint work supports harmonization of national regional UNFC methodologies and helps data provider partners to prepare data sets for UNFC data service to the EGDI. In addition to the differences in national, regional data collection and data provision, the UNFC guidance for Europe and European Commission DG GROW instructions will also help to harmonize UNFC methodologies. The goal is to facilitate the establishment of a uniform and transparent UNFC classification on national regional levels, and to provide UNFC codes to mineral occurrences, of course, mainly for active and non-active exploration and mining projects that are recently available in the EGDI. And of course, EGDI will be updated. Based on baseline assessment results on the raw materials here, and mainly for critical raw materials, one of the next steps will be the cooperation with other work packages dealing with geoenergy and groundwater. And knowledge, skills, and capacities will also be developed in synergy with the developing International Center of Excellence. And of course, the network of UNFC practitioners is very important also. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zoltán. Any questions from the audience about this summary? Is there anything online? Maybe I would have one question. Zoltan, you showed, if I'm not mistaken, 1,900 active projects potential. So how many of those are viable or potentially viable?
Yes, second question. So partners know that we are focusing on active projects and potential viable projects and so on. But of course, geological service organizations have many other types of data on deposits. And so this is a preliminary result, and further assessment is necessary, and discussion on served data, for example, primary and secondary, so distinguish between two types of resources. But I can promise you that we will be focusing on most important viable, potentially viable projects. And maybe at the end of the list, there will be some other projects, deposits, and so on, because EGDI integrates all types of earth resources, including minerals, mineral deposits, and so on. But we will focusing on important projects, and hopefully it will really improve your raw material supply group results on critical raw materials. Thank you.
Maybe one comment. I think you demonstrated also in your slide the issue of the data gap that some geological surveys are having. So they have the information of the geological estimates, etc., the geological settings of the projects, but they are lacking information on the economic parts and environmental permitting and social. So I think that it's another demonstration. Also, it was said in the last session by Janne the same, that that there is a really a need for national coordination between the geological surveys as geological expertise providers, and the mining authorities that are responsible for issuing permits and interaction with the social partners.
Yes, I agree, and we discussed that in Hungary we have a lucky situation because our organization is geological survey and the mining inspectorate together, and there are differences in Europe, and I think that around 30 partners will be the best, and stakeholder consultations will improve knowledge networking and cooperations between national authorities, and we have seen also that there are different types of data collection, from legally binding to voluntary web-based searching. I believe that during the project, this topic will be improved, and national coordination will contribute to proper UNFC data service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to move on now. So, and we will move to slightly different topic. So we go a little bit commercial, a little bit private. So we will have a presentation of Mr. Massimo Gasparon, the director of the European Raw Materials Alliance, who will be giving us the presentation on the experience with applying UNFC in the commercial, potentially commercial projects. And before Massimo, I give you the floor. Let me give the audience a little bit of your experience, a summary of your experience. So Massimo is the director of European Raw Materials Alliance at the EIT Raw Materials, the largest consortium in the raw materials sector worldwide. He coordinates activities of over 1,500 stakeholders, and he's managing the investment portfolio of critical raw materials projects, primary, secondary, different stages in the value chain, in the total of 14 billion euros investment estimate needs. He holds PhD in geochemistry from University of Tasmania, and prior to joining EIT Raw Materials in 2017, he was an academic in the School of Earth Sciences at the University of Queensland. His research has focused on the assessment of the risk of the environmental and to human health, particularly at mine sites, following exposure to air, water, and soil contaminated with metals and metalloids. He's a co-author of over 100 scientific publications and fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. And between 2006 and 15, he won several state and national awards for teaching excellence. So we are excited to have you here, and please, the floor is yours, Massimo.
Thank you very much, Robert. That's very exciting. And I could talk for hours about UNFC, but I will not do it. So don't worry, you'll be in time for your drinks. As the last speaker for today, I would like to leave you with a positive message. And the message is embrace the UNFC classification. I did it. I was very happy about it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but you will learn a lot from it. And I think it's a very good exercise. It was a very good exercise for me, so I strongly recommend it to you. I just divided my presentation into two parts. The first part, I'll give you a bit of an overview of who we are and what we do so that you can understand where we come from. And the second part, we'll talk a little bit about our practical experience with implementing the classification. So we are EIT Raw Materials, so we are a body of the EU, so we are a kind of a private arm of the Commission, so to speak. We work completely in line with the policies and with the vision and goals of the European Commission. We're a big community with a lot of partners spread across Europe, headquarters in Berlin, regional centers around Europe. What we do is that we bring together the private sector with academia, with research to really advance, to transform knowledge into innovation, into commercial products. We work across the value chain of materials, so from exploration to mining, processing, recycling, substitution, and circularity. And these are all things that are very important within the context of the European Raw Materials Act, which was announced about a month ago. So, for example, in Europe, we have a goal to source at least 10% of our materials from within Europe. That means opening new mines. It means revitalizing our mining industry. Also, we have a goals of processing and refining at least 40% of our needs. Again, that means that we'll need to make major investments into building up or rebuilding our processing and refining capacity. And we also have a goal of using at least 15% of recycled material into our products. So we are fully aligned with these policies. And in this context, back at the end of 2020, we established the European Raw Materials Alliance, which is a group of people, so to speak, or a big community that has the vision to secure access to critical and strategic raw materials, advanced materials, and processing know-how for the EU industrial ecosystems. And this presentation is not very much focused on education, but education is a very important part of what we do. Resources also means human resources. At this point in time, we have divided our activities into two main value chains, one that revolves around rare earth, magnets, and mortars, and the other one around materials for energy storage and conversion. What have we done to date? Well, the partnership has grown to over 700 partners from all walks of life. Of course, a lot of industry partners, but also academia, research, NGOs, trade unions, and governments. We have a number of ministries that are represented in the alliance, both from within and outside of Europe. We have a lot of partners from a number of extra European countries. We have released the One Action Plan So which means our recommendations on how to rebuild the rare earth permanent magnet value chain in Europe back in 2021. And we're working hard towards the release of our second action plan that deals with the materials for energy storage and conversion. So we are talking about batteries, wind, solar power, fuel cells. We also deal with investments. So we support companies with realizing their projects, with actually implementing the projects that they have in the pipeline. And we do this by essentially screening their projects and helping them, providing whatever support they need to make these things happen. We are not a funding agency ourselves, but we help bring together investors and other funding mechanisms to make things happen. At this point in time, we have analyzed or evaluated over 100 investment cases. Around 30 of them are at bankable or near bankable stage. And when you look at the total investment need for this portfolio, you're talking about in excess of 14 billion euros. We invest ourselves into these projects through our funding mechanism. At this point in time, we have invested over 45 millions into these projects, into developing these projects through the pipeline, in addition to 30 million euros that come from direct investments from the companies. And the projects that we are supporting, they have been able to attract themselves a significant amount of money, over 1 billion euros at this point in time. So this is a very complicated slide, but essentially it gives you a little bit of a picture of what the process looks like. So the companies, they join the alliance, they submit their project to our attention. We carry out a very preliminary evaluation to see whether the project fits with the goal and the scope of ERMA. And if we think it does, then we invite the company to make a more substantial submission. So we require a lot of information on their permitting, the financial situation, the resource evaluation, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of projects are kind of skimmed out at this stage because they are deemed to be not ready enough to enter into the pipeline. Then the company, if it proceeds to the second stage, is invited to pitch their project to an external panel made of experts in the field. And then if they go over that second stage, then we really start engaging with them and building up the project. And this is where the UNFC classification comes into play. So we apply this classification to projects that have been already pre-screened. This is very important to point out. Now, of course, I'm not expecting that you will be able to read that, but it's just to give you an idea of what we do for the companies. So as part of our process, we using the information that they provide and information that is publicly available, we carry out the UNFC classification and we give them a report that consists of a written part. So we don't just give them the scores. We give them an explanation of how the process works because they are not familiar with it. So they need to understand what this is about. And we also give them some feedback on why we have assigned those scores so that they can understand what it actually all means. And we do that both using text and both using the descriptive text that comes from the UNFC classification manuals. In addition to that, we give them an Excel file that shows them where they stand with respect to permitting. So what is missing, how far they are from achieving those permits, what are the bottlenecks currently in their permitting application process. And a portion of that Excel file is shown on the left-hand side of this slide. On the right-hand side, you see a list of projects, a partial list of projects that we have evaluated up to this point in time. So the total is around 40 or so. That gives you an idea of where they sit. So a number of them were deemed to be viable, and these are indeed projects that are operating to some level right now. Only 2 of them were deemed to be non-viable, but remember that these are already pre-screened projects. So we already had an expectation that these would be are potentially viable projects, but obviously in those two cases, we made a mistake and the UNFC helped us to find that out. And then there's a larger number that are potentially viable. And those in yellow, they are potentially viable for some other reasons, but those in the light cream color, they're potentially viable because of permitting issues. And this is it was a very important message for us to really understand why is the project not viable at this point in time, what is missing. And this is why it is so important to carry out the exercise on the left-hand side and see where the projects stand from the permitting point of view. So around 40% of the projects that we screened, they are fantastic projects from a resource perspective, from a technology perspective, from a financing perspective, but the permits are missing. That's the bottleneck. And this is really something that we need to work on. So just to close it, just a few words of summary. Why do we like this system? Because it's highly versatile. It applies to projects across the value chain, from very early stage exploration projects to recycling, to rebuilding and repurposing of processing plants. So it's really versatile. It is simple and fast. It is something that can be done with limited amount of information. Of course, your confidence level is different depending on how much information you have, but it's something that you can start with very limited amount of information. It is easy to understand and easy to explain to the company, and it's easy to explain to potential investors. And as I mentioned before, this is something that investors are not familiar with by and large, but we're working very hard to really spread the word and make them understand what is the value of this exercise, because this is extremely important for them to make their financing decisions. And as we know, this is a very hard nut to crack, so to speak. So it's very hard work that we have ahead, but I think we're making some progress there. Also, and this is perhaps the most important message that I want to give you. This is not the end. This is not the final thing. This is the start of the process. So don't do your UNFC and expect that that's it. You don't need anything else. No, this is a screening process. It's something that will allow you to then look at the projects and go deeper, do a proper due diligence, do a site visit, do a more thorough analysis when you have discovered some gaps. So it's very useful to identify the next steps of what comes next. And again, very important for the assessor, for the company, and for anyone else who is involved in the process. It needs to be very clear that this is not the end of the story. If it is taken at the end of the story, then there's going to be trouble later on, because it needs to be validated in other ways. So I'll just close with a little bit of marketing, if I'm allowed to do so. EIT Raw Materials is having its annual summit in a few weeks' time, 15th to the 17th of May in Brussels. So we will, you can go into the website and look at the program. So we have some excellent speakers lined up. And we'll be looking at how we are going to address the Critical Raw Materials Act. So I think it's going to be very important, and I'll leave it to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Massimo, for a very, I would say, entertaining presentation. Is there any question to Massimo about what he has presented?
The 40% that you mentioned, that of projects that are fantastic in multiple ways, but that do not have a permit. I think this 40% is absolutely incredible. It's unbelievable. I didn't know that. I was wondering, are you confident that the CRM regulation will address or will alleviate that problem in the way it is written now? Because I have the impression that on the one hand, the CRM regulation says that we need to follow the procedures as they are. But on the other hand, the CRM Act also wants to speed up the process of permitting. And it's a little bit like ambiguous, the way it is formulated.
This is something else I could be talking about for hours, but we were not surprised because that's what the sector is telling us. They often say, we have the money, we have the technology, we are ready to go. We just can't go because the permits are missing. And not because the project is bad from a social and environmental point of view, but simply because the permitting process, it drags on and on and on, and there are no mechanisms to put a timeline to the process. And the other problem is that very often in many countries, different agencies are working completely independently. So things get stuck somewhere and no one knows how to get it unstuck. So I think this is something that can be relatively easy to fix. So better coordination between the different agencies. And to me, putting a timeline to the process and having more stricter rules on appeals mechanisms, I think this will go a long way towards helping these projects taking off. Of course, there will be cases where permits will not be released for very good reasons. So this is not going to fix 100% of those 40%, but it will help a lot some of those projects. Another comment I would like to make is that it would be, and this is a challenge for this group, it would be great if we could incorporate into the UNFC some ways of assessing or putting the time dimension into the viability equation. Because one thing is to say that the project is potentially viable if this and this and this happens, but how long is it going to take for X, Y, and Z to happen? And how is that going to be different in the different member states and indeed in the different jurisdictions? Because to say that something is going to be viable in 15 years' time, thank you very much. We are never going to attract the interest of any investors or anyone for that matter. So that's a challenge that I'm throwing to the audience. Sorry for the very long answer. There was another question from a gentleman over there.
Another
from
question,
Sweden.
please.
Survey of Sweden. Our experience is that many projects, they are actually stopped by many different reasons. And I think 40% is, and the non-viable, it should be much, much more because it's, this is just a poll. So I don't know if one of 100, one of 1,000 that of exploration projects that end up in a mine. Technology is often there. It's a matter of several things. If the companies can get the biggest challenge they have initially, that is capital, investment capital to pull through to really secure how good is the deposit. Then comes the rest of the permitting. But for large parts of Europe, there is no working permitting process, even for the exploration. So that does not show in these figures either. We should be aware of this. It's quite critical.
Indeed, as I mentioned before, many of the projects that would not be viable for other reasons, for example, because the resource hasn't been sufficiently assessed, or because the technology is not there, or because the governance of the company is not up. So there are many reasons why a very large number of projects do not end up in that pipeline. They are not assessed. So what you see there, what I presented in that slide is the cream of the cream, is the projects that we, based on the information that was provided by the company and on the information that we have researched independently, those were the projects that we thought, okay, this is looking good. Of course, if we put all the other projects in the list, then you will have about 80% of the projects, or probably even more, that will be non-viable, indeed.
We have time maybe for 2 more questions. So please, gentleman over there.
Yeah, I'm just interested now, out of all the projects you had there, how many of them would have been primary raw material extraction as opposed to, say, recycling or others?
So out of the projects that I presented there, I would say the majority of the projects in terms of numbers would be from between late stage exploration mining. Very few would be very early stage exploration. If you want me to put some percentages, probably around 40% late exploration mining, another 40% mining processing, and 15% recycling, and 5% exploration, something like that. There's another question from the gentleman, Saudi Arabia.
So Erica, no, you had a question.
Stuck on this non-viable issue. For me, it would be non-viable if it doesn't get the permit, if it gets a no. So I think for me, it would be potentially viable until it has gotten a no matter what the time is. And I think you said something about 15 years or so. For mining projects, it can take a really long time to get this permit. So I think that it's not at all a good situation, but I think you will have a lot of projects ending up with those numbers. And in the end, you will make them work. So yeah, my question would be that, would you consider changing the status of those non-viable projects for any circumstances?
No. So going back to this table, the last two projects, they are the non-viable. So they are non-viable for other reasons, not because of permitting. The projects in the green color, they are potentially viable. And the reason why they are not viable is because of permitting. Okay. So I did exactly what you said. So they were classified as potentially viable. The bottleneck is the permit.
Last question or two. Okay, Karen.
I know I'm sitting out here on out of sight a little bit. Thank you very much, Massimo. That was interesting. And I had a couple of follow-up questions actually on the yellow ones that are non-viable because of permitting. And I guess the first question is are there some countries where these are more common than others? And you may not be able to disclose that information, but the second question is actually exactly about that. What's the transparency? Is this data, when you do this, do you make the analysis and the results publicly known, available, so that people can actually use this information to perhaps make better decisions? And then finally, a third question sneaking in there, and that's a follow-up because I don't think you actually answered a question just before. I don't think the question was on which stage of exploration or mining, but rather, are there any recycling projects on this list at all, or is it all exploration mining? Thanks.
I'll start with the last one, and then you have to remind me of the other ones. So there are some recycling projects here. So within this list, there are, from memory, there are at least 4 recycling projects. Now, depends on how you define them, because very often you're looking at processing projects that use recycled materials in their processing plant. So the project itself is about modifying the processing so that the plant takes recycled material. We define that as recycling. In some cases, they are purely recycling. So recovery of metals from scraps from other sources. So, but definitely there are recycling projects here. You mentioned the different reasons why the projects are not viable, and how do we come to that conclusion? Again, looking at this list, in the majority of cases, is that the project is relying on a technology that has not been fully developed at this point in time. So we are waiting for that technology to be fully demonstrated before the project can go ahead. Again, typically you're talking about, let's say, an existing processing plant that wants to, where the project itself is about a reduction in carbon emissions, or a reduction in water use, or the recovery of yet another material in addition to what the main business of the company is. And in some cases, there is still a little bit of technology that needs to be developed before they can demonstrate to do that in a commercially viable way. So that classifies them as potentially viable. And if you look at them, you see very often you have cases where you have the score is F2.1 because that technology is missing. In other cases is, and this hasn't happened very often, you're looking at a company that wants to extend the exploitation of a certain deposit, but the geological knowledge of the new part of the deposit is still not as good as what it is for the rest of the deposit. So in this case, is the G that is missing, that is not as good. So there's different reasons why they're there. Does that answer your question or?